Hey yo, what's going on, y'all? Just finishing up, doing a little bit of education myself here. What's going on? Today, going to hop on the dialer, kind of really focus on lead generation through the dialer today, cold calling. I use CallTools for those that don't know. I just recently switched over from Mojo Dialer to CallTools. I'm starting to kind of like it. I can't lie. At first, I was a little hesitant. It was a big learning curve. But now I'm starting to kind of come around, and it is starting to click with me, I think. So just last night, was able to get a new list in there. There's a driving for dollars list of mine that I was kind of just waiting to skip trace. And then last night, I was like, I don't even know why I'm waiting. I just went ahead and skip traced it using batch skip tracing. And I use batch skip tracing for all of my skip tracing needs. I recommend batch skip tracing. I have, I'm not gonna lie, I've only ever tried like 2 other services, but it was a world of a difference. Batch skip tracing compared to the other ones. Uh, Batch skip tracing, the contact rate when I go through and call the list is just substantially higher. So I'm gonna go ahead and stick with batch skip tracing. There's a link in the description if you are interested in using batch skip tracing as well. It doesn't give a discount. I'm not that cool yet, but it will, I think, kick a little bit of a referral back to me when you do go ahead and use batch skip tracing. I believe the standard is 20 cents per record. I'm going to go ahead and pass along Brent Daniels' coupon code, which is just TTP, like talk to people, which is his brand over there. And that's pretty much what I use. And that knocks it down to 15 cents per record. Um, and yeah, the benefit of batch skip tracing as well is if you are using batch skip tracing for all of your skip tracing and you just keep going back to batch, what it'll do, and something that I am kind of fearful of in the back of my head, but they will never skip trace duplicate records. So you sign up for an account in batch skip tracing, which is free, which is where it'll take you if you click that link in the description. And let's say you upload a list of 1,000 properties, and those 1,000 properties were just a random list that you pulled, right? Like a vacant list or an absentee owned list. But now you want to start driving for dollars in that same market, in that same area. And then you compile a list of like 1,000 driving for dollar properties. And then when you go to skip trace it, you're a little hesitant because you think to yourself, what happens if some of these properties are overlapping and they're on both lists. They're on my driving for dollars list and they were on this vacant list that I pulled and skip traced. Well, batch skip tracing will never skip trace two property or the same property twice. So you don't have to worry about duplicates. It'll go ahead and upload that next driving for dollars list, skip trace it, and then when it kicks back your results, you'll see how many of them were duplicates and how much money it saved you by not skip tracing those same properties twice. And again, it does that because you're housing all of your lists and all of your skip trace data in one area, in one database, which is why you sign up for the account, so that they can kind of assign or attribute all of those properties to your account. And you'll see what I'm talking about when you go through and you sign up. But that's what I use. That's what I plan to use for until I find a reason not to. But anyways, so last night, and the other reason I really like it is that it will separate between the mobile, or at least it will show you which phone numbers are landlines and which ones are mobile. So now that I've implemented my texting platform, and I'm utilizing texting as a form of marketing, I can easily just pull everybody who has a mobile number and only import the mobile numbers into my texting platform, and then take all of the other numbers and put them into my dialer, which is exactly what I did last night. I take all of the people who have that first number as mobile, because it is also ranked in order of, I guess, probability or likelihood that it is the person that you're looking for. It is that homeowner. So the first phone number is probably, the most, not ideal, but that number will connect you with the homeowner more often than not. And then the second number is, the second in line. It is ranked in uh, probability, likelihood, and you'll even be able to see they give you a little score as to the probability and likelihood of that being the homeowner that you're looking for. So that's also why I like batch skip tracing. Um, so that's what I did last night. Took everybody who had a mobile number in that first phone number slot, since that's in all likelihood the number that of the homeowner that I'm looking for. Imported that into my texting software, and then every other phone number gets thrown into the dialer. So I'm gonna hold off on texting those mobile numbers until next week, next Monday. I am still getting some responses coming through from the text that I sent off yesterday. Just got one literally 2 minutes ago saying not selling, and it's pretty cool. It's reassuring to know that the automation is happening, the marketing is happening on the background without me actually having to be, in there doing it. So quite often I will wake up in the morning to a number of people who text me back. More often than not, it's no, not interested. But I'm cool with that. The quicker that I can get through those no's, the quicker I can get to the next yes. So I'll be driving around, in the afternoons after I've kind of stepped away from my computer for the day, and I'm still getting texts coming in. So that's what happened yesterday. Had a decent conversation with a woman, got her an offer, but it wasn't. It was more of a Hail Mary offer than anything else. I knew that she probably wasn't going to be motivated, but she was still entertaining the conversation. So I felt the need to at least throw an offer out. She stopped texting me once I said, oh, she didn't stop texting me once I sent her the offer, but the conversation kind of fizzled out abruptly. But I'm glad that I made the offer, and if she's interested, then she'll go ahead and round back at a later date. Uh, that's my main focus, and that's been my main focus over the past few days and past few weeks is just running the numbers up. I get caught thinking that I need to really nurture those leads that I've already generated, when in fact I just need to be generating new leads, um, and making offers. You know, not to say that that was the best offer that I could have made yesterday, but you just never know. You know what I mean? So I was even saying that through the text. I'm gonna pull it up and read it to you, because I knew she wasn't gonna accept it, but I also never know. So I frame it in a way where it's like, I said something along the lines of like, I'd hate myself if I didn't make you an offer. So here's the offer that I would be making you. You probably won't like it, but again, we can pay cash, benefit, benefit, benefit. So if that's something that you're interested in, please feel free to round back if now is not the right time, whatever. I'm not going to go back and read you the conversation, but it's essentially how it went. And I, again, am proud of myself for at least putting a number out there and throwing out offers. And that's what I want to have my focus be around is, again, generating new leads and making offers. I can't expect to get contracts if I don't make offers. So, I know a lot of the pros will say something like 100 offers, uh, like one contract for every 100 offers that you make. I don't know if that's the case. I haven't really done enough deals or made enough offers to give myself a big enough sample size to really determine that metric. But again, I know that I have to make offers regardless. So that's something that I've been trying to do. I was tracking myself for my own personal goals to the number of leads that I'm generating, but I kind of switched gears, and I'm not really going to focus on how many leads I'm generating. Rather, I'm going to start tracking how many offers I'm making per week. I want to get to the point where I'm making multiple offers a day. And when I say offers, I don't mean kind of like the offer that I made yesterday. I wouldn't even really consider that an offer. That was more so I was driving, and I think I just took 66% of the Zestimate that was shown. Figured, if it needs, she told me a little bit about the condition. So I was trying to do a little bit of math, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really a sound offer. So that's not what I mean when I'm talking about the offers. I'm really talking about the leads that I've generated. And maybe this isn't the first time I've talked to them. Maybe this is the second, third, fourth, fifth time I've talked to them. And now it's appropriate to make them an offer that they actually might consider. Right. So that's what I try to do. I try to withhold my offer, as I recommend you do as well. Withhold your offer until we had a conversation about this on a recent live stream. I think J-Lub had asked, like, how do you know? Because I said, withhold your offer as long as you can until you know that they're ready to make a commitment. And he asked, how do you know? And my response to that was, you have to get pre-commitment commitments, uh, meaning that, I phrased it in a way where, and this is something that I got from Cody Hoffine over at Wholesaling Inc., but he's always framing it as, deferring to a higher authority, deferring to the third party. if I could speak with my finance manager, if I could speak with my partner, if I could speak with whoever, not me, it's not me making the decision. If I can speak to that person and, we could pay cash, I could get you, this benefit, is that something that you think you'd be interested in moving forward with today? And if they say yes, then it's okay. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna place it on hold. I'm gonna crunch the numbers and I'm gonna get right back. Yes, sir. Withhold the offer. Exactly. So I'm trying my best, and that's what I consider really an offer when you make it and you've already kind of gotten that pre-commitment, or you've had the conversation. They're already pre-qualified. How about that? You've already pre-qualified them on the other pillars, meaning the motivation, the condition, and the timeline. And now, when it comes to price, regardless of they throw their number out first or not, if you make your offer at that point, then I consider that a legitimate offer, right? Because um, if it's going to be a good fit or not. Whereas yesterday, like I knew it wasn't going to be a good fit. I was telling her that she had already done renovations. She said she replaced everything within the last 5 years. So I was telling her up front, based on what you're saying, I don't think this is really going to be a good fit. But I would hate myself if I didn't at least make you an offer. So here's that offer. You know what I mean? It wasn't a real offer. I don't really know why she was wanting to sell. She didn't. We didn't talk timeline. She just kind of briefly told me that she replaced everything within the last 5 years. So wasn't even truly a lead to begin with. But glad that I at least made an offer. So gonna hop in right now. I'm gonna hop in right now on the dialer. Have a new list that I imported last night, like I said in the description, and like I mentioned earlier, it's 483 properties. I don't think I'm actually gonna call that list first. I think I'm gonna warm it up with some of these older lists that I've been calling through, and then when I kind of hit a little bit of a rhythm, I'm gonna switch over to this list, and then after that, I'm gonna try to knock out some of my follow-ups as well. I have a couple follow-ups that I think I'm looking to, let's see, follow-ups on through my texting platform that, yeah, I got just one guy that I want to call over text. This is the guy who was like, we were only 5,000 off. I was offering 85 and he was at 90 and he just wanted to talk with his wife about it. I don't think he was really motivated. Oh, he was going to go on vacation and like, he might even have left for vacation already, to be quite honest. So I'll give him a call and just determine if he has spoken with his wife. I'd imagine that he's going to say, call me after vacation, which is fine. I'm cool with that. I just want to make sure that I set some type of a follow up expectation. So, like, I know, okay, well, when are you going to be back? 3 weeks? Okay, I'm going to give you a call in 3.5 weeks then. You know what I mean? So that he's expecting my call and that I'm not just kind of like catching him off guard, like, hey, you back from vacation? So that's one guy I want to call for sure today to try to get a hold of before he leaves for vacation. And then I think I got some other follow ups that I can hit through my dialer. So gonna hop in right now. First list I think I'm gonna call is just this vacant list. This is like the smallest list I have. It's 82 properties here. It's only that small because of one, the criteria that I put in when I pulled this list. It was already a really small list, but two, it's that small because I've already called through the list a bunch of times, gotten some, not interested, some wrong numbers. I've already kind of refined the list. So I pretty much blow through this list in like 10 minutes. I want to keep calling through it until I've set a little bit of a parameters in CallTools. You can set up live filters. So, or rather, I think it's the sales funnels, and that determines how many times you call through the list. So, uh, I'm only going to be able to call through this list a few more times. If I don't get any answers from these people, then they're not going to be, I guess, valid or how they put it in CallTools, ready to be called, because that sales funnel is going to kick in and it's going to say you already called this property too many times and not gotten an answer. So be right back. I'm gonna go blow my nose and then come back and hop on the dial. I'll be right back. What's up? Who's in here? J Lep in here? What's going on, J Lep? What's going on? Yeah, out there doing the delivery. Hey, I heard something crazy the other day when I was listening to the Joe Rogan podcast. Somebody was on there talking about Amazon workers and stuff. She said there's so much demand for Amazon drivers that they got drivers pissing in bottles and shitting in bags because they just don't have the time to pull over and use the restroom because they got to make so many deliveries. Something like that. Something crazy like that. What? It's gonna be a no for me. I feel the pain though. When it was in the middle, like really in the height of COVID, in the lockdown, and I was going around doing food deliveries, and I was picking it up from restaurants. You'd have to use the restroom because I'd be out there for hours, and the restaurants wouldn't even let you use the bathroom. Man. It was like inhumane, hella weird. Like, what does me using the bathroom have anything to do with? I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna get political about it, but I always thought for lunch can't deliver with empty stomach. Yeah, for real. For real. That's a fact. Especially, with me driving food around and stuff, having that food in the car. Ooh, treacherous. Treacherous. And I figured out that I'm kind of salty about this, but I figured out that I can just play the stuff out of the speaker here so that you can actually hear the seller talk. I'm salty about it because when I was doing my onboarding for CallTools, the dialer, they made it very clear that I needed a USB headset in order to dial, which is not the case. I didn't need any headset. I could just be simply talking to my computer like I'm doing right now. You'll see. I think they say that because of what I had mentioned before. It's not an analog dialer, so I don't have to call in using my phone like I did Mojo. I'm just calling through my computer, and then it dials out using the caller IDs that I've purchased through CallTools. So no phones are necessary, and I could just simply be having the conversation with the seller through my computer because my computer has a microphone and a speaker, so I can speak to them and hear them. So yeah, I'm a little salty about that, but I'm glad that I got the headset. I guess I'm gonna use it. I do use it, when I'm like not on stream making calls or whatever the case. Although I'm pretty much always on stream if I'm making calls. But you get what I'm saying. Spent a good chunk of change on that, and I don't even need it. Yeah, like I said, I just wanted to blow through this list. I'm already halfway through it. No answers. I figured that was going to be the case. Hey, Juan?
Hello?
Hey, I'm sorry. Is this Miss Alvarado?
No, there's no one that owns this phone number. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Actually, just about this gum that Joe Rogan recommends. It's supposed to give you energy. It's on Shark Tank also. What's it called? Is it On It? I think it's what it's called. On It? Heard about. I don't know if it's the gum, but I actually know somebody that was messing around with that when I was out in Hawaii. He was out there and he had some.
Sorry, I missed your call. Call me back.
He had offered it some to me, but I didn't mess around with it just because I know it's not like it wasn't gonna give me a crazy high or anything, but.
Ensure the highest quality service. This call may be monitored and recorded.
I just want to be in a setting like this, kind of, where I can go chill out if I need to. Just didn't want to be like out in Hawaii messing around. It's called Neurogum mints. Okay, I think I've seen those too. Neurogum. Powered with natural caffeine, zero sugar. Interesting. You like it? You feel like it does something for you? Because I know that type of stuff. That's also why I don't really haven't really given any of those products a fair chance because I feel like they don't really do anything. And it's more so like the placebo effect where you're convincing yourself that it's doing something. But I don't know. Again, I've never really given anything a fair chance. You think it works? You think you feel like the
Available. Record your message
physiological
at the tone.
effects? Tried it yesterday. I think it worked because typically I'd get sleepy after lunch break. Okay, yeah. See, yeah, that's cool. You have like a little benchmark, something to compare it to. Yeah, I feel that. You said it's just gum. You just chew it, kind of like a little nicotine. No, it's not nicotine, but kind of same idea. That's all those. Let me hop out of this campaign. Next one I'm gonna call is out of county absentee. I'm just going more so. I'm going up the list of lists that I have here from smallest to biggest, just so I can blow through them. This is the next one. It's a list of like 90. This is a absentee owned where they are at least out of the county, meaning that where the owner is out of the county from where the property is, at least, and some of them should be out of state as well. Which hopefully would factor in some type of motivation if they are wanting to sell. The fact that they're out of state or far enough from the property where it's a hassle for them to manage. Can have up to 2 gums at a time. Is that like recommended? Like don't pop more than 2? Mints. I think I feel like I'd like the gum more than the mints. About 100 stops left. Jeez. That's actually crazy. I see. I'm used to like working like a 6-hour shift and getting like max 15 orders. Max. More like 10. Doing like 1.5 to 2 orders every hour. So that's like unheard of to me. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, it's Mr. Bowie.
Who?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. I'm hoping that you may be able to help me. I'm looking for the owner of a property on Lodge Court.
Hey, look, don't call no more. I never put that house on the market. I don't know what happened and who did it. I am not selling my goddamn house. So don't call me no fucking more.
Yes, sir. Have a great day. He's not interested. Yeah, that's what my friend told me also. Shocked how many stops I typically get, but only have 130 a day. I'd get 180 to 200 stops. That's crazy. But if I understand it correctly, you're able to knock. I mean, obviously, you're able to knock them out much quicker than I am. But is it like you're in like a certain community, or like does it have you driving all over the place? Because I guess that'd be cool if it's just like you're hitting like 10 houses a street. You know what I mean? I got a bad day. Call him back in 6 months. Yeah, for sure. uh, for sure, bad day. That's all right. It'll hopefully turn around for him. I understand. He's not selling. I get it. See, and that's really, that call right there is the epitome of why I started the channel, why I wanted to document myself. Because in the past, I would have probably broken down and stopped dialing after that call right there. You know what I mean? It's like for a beginner, that right there. It is probably enough if you don't have thick enough skin to have you quit. Have you quit and turn the dialer off and go about your day and go back to your 9 to 5. But I knew that by filming myself and by sharing it, it would have me kind of separate myself from the emotional aspect of it. Um, so, and also just wanted to, again, I knew that by doing that, I would become more comfortable on those phone calls and, again, separate myself from the emotional aspect of it. And then being able to document that and share that with you guys is also really important to me. And hoping that honestly, that conversation alone provides enough like insight and enough of like an example to somebody who's maybe starting off or hesitant to get on the dialer. That's the worst it gets. You can hang up on. I hung up on him. He started talking, and I said, "Have a good day." I hung up. Uh, no harm, no foul. I don't call him again. He's not interested. That's literally the worst it can get when cold calling. And as long as you see it for what it is, which is I interrupted his day by calling him unsolicited, asked him if he would sell his house, and by the sounds of it, I was not the first. So yeah, I get it. Put yourself in their shoes. Know why you're doing it. I'm here. I'm looking for somebody to help. He just doesn't need my help, is all. However, he wants to kind of like let me know that is on him. Because you're right, J-Leb. He had a bad day. He's having a hard time with the fact that people are calling him, yet he still answers his phone for strangers. So like, that's on him. That's all his prerogative. It's his own issue. It has nothing to do with me. He just doesn't need my help.
Hello?
Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
Robert, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know it's a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Hilton Head Drive.
Yes,
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick call. Wanted to see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered selling?
I've got a guy renting right now.
Okay. You considered selling before?
Nah, not right now.
Okay. You think maybe in the near future, possibly, when the tenant's lease is up?
I sure will.
Okay. You mind me asking when that would be?
I don't really know.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, I would love to stay in contact with you. You mind if I give you a call every so often just to kind of check back in and see if you've given it any more thought?
That'd be fine.
Okay.
That'd be fine.
All right,
Okay.
Perfect. I appreciate you taking the call, Robert. Again, my name is Derek, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Okay.
All right, bye now. Follow up, create note, tenant in place, not considering at the moment, would consider after the tenant is out, gave Derek permission to follow up and stay in contact. I also wanted to, he doesn't know when the tenant's lease is up. Under events, I'm going to call him in a month. Monthly, say This tenant moved out. Any idea when the lease is up? See, you can see right there. He's so disconnected from the property that he doesn't even know when his tenant's lease is up. This guy, again, he lives at least out of the county, so gonna give him a call in a month, like I said. Let's see, and I want to see now. This guy lives. Oh no, he lives fairly close. He lives fairly close, um, but still, different city, different county. This property is in what county? Fort Bend, and he lives in Harris. But those are right next to each other, so it's probably like an hour drive max to the property. Good little follow up lead there, though. I'm basically in between 4 main roads, and there's a lot of houses, so they're close together. Yeah, that's cool. Then, sounds like you're on your feet more than you're behind the wheel. See, and that's the type of person that you want after you get that hate on the other phone call. Um, it was very clear to me, or at least I would guess, that nobody else was calling him about that property. I seem to have been the first, or maybe the first person that he's talked to, just because he didn't cut me off. And that's really what my intention is in my initial intro, the pitch, and why it's spaced out the way that it is. Because hey Felipe, hello, hello, can you hear me? That's why it's like spaced out the way that it is, and that's why I pause when I pause, because I give them the opportunity to cut me off and just tell me that they're not selling. Um, Primarily when I say, "Hey, I was calling about a property I believe you own at this address or on this street." Hello.
Hello?
Hey there. Hey, I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hoping that you can help me out though. I was looking for the owner of a property on Soledad Drive.
Say again?
I'm sorry.
Say again?
My name is Derek.
Yes. What do you need?
Yeah. I just wanted to give you a quick call, and I wanted to see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered
Oh,
selling?
no. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for taking the call. I appreciate it. Again, see, like right there, I framed it that way because I couldn't pronounce his name. Godofredo Boulon was his name. I didn't want to butcher it. Yeah, but having that equal balance between sitting and standing is probably the best thing for your posture. Yeah, so I don't see myself quitting anytime soon. Nice. Yeah, exactly. I find that myself when I'm driving around, I'm on behind the wheel too much. It's like, dang, I need to get out and move around a little bit. But then sometimes it's like I'm on the move too much, and it's like, gosh, my feet kind of hurt. I wish I could just sit in the car. That's why I like the long orders for myself. I would much rather get paid more and drive a lot farther. So I'm taking orders that are like 10, 15 miles away. It still makes sense for the pay, but I'm down to do that more because I'd much rather be behind the wheel of the car. I think that way I can listen to things. I can, you know, kind of dictate how my shift goes and not just allow my shift to push me around. That guy not interested, right? Yep, not interested. That was the end of that list right there. But yeah, to kind of finish my thought right there, that's why I frame it the way that I do. Hey, let's say in a perfect scenario, I can pronounce the person's first name. Hey, first name? Yes. Hey, this is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about, and I also space it, and I what's the word I'm looking for? The pace of what I'm saying. I slow it down, and I put pauses, and I say when you hear me say when I say my initial pitch, that's intentional. I say, hey, no, this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property, you know what I mean? I think that it comes off as and it gives off the impression that I am kind of saying what I'm saying for the first time, and it moves further away from the script, and it's sounding very scripted. But but that's what my script is, Hey, first name, I was looking for the owner of this address, but I say, hey, first name, hey, I know it's a bit random, but I was looking for the owner of a property on this address. And more often than not, if they are not interested and they've told at least a few people that they're not interested, they will cut you off right there and they'll say, yeah, I own that property and I'm not interested. Or they'll hang up or they'll freak out. And again, that just saves me time so that I don't have to even finish my pitch. But if they either one are interested or two have never gotten called about the property or three maybe just willing to entertain a conversation right now, just to try to get an offer out of you, they'll say, uh-huh, yeah, I own that property, what's up? And then it allows me to say, yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick call and see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. So like that gentleman right there, he may not be getting called quite often because he allowed me to say that pitch. But then at the same time, maybe I just was able to kind of squeeze through his barrier, his initial barrier in the beginning of the phone call. And then once I mentioned, would you ever consider an offer? Then he's like, oh, no, no, no. Almost like I tricked him to get to that point of the conversation. And then once he realized why I was truly calling, it's like, oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, but having that, yes, it makes you sound like you're off script. Exactly. That's what I try my best to do with anything is just to slow down. Um, you don't even have to say what I'm doing, or you don't have to do what I'm saying, like adding in the uhs and the that just kind of came natural to me, and I don't know if it even sounds appropriate, but uh, I think primarily the main focus is just to slow down um, and say your pitch out loud as many times as you can when you're not on the phone, like in the mirror to yourself, or just I'll be saying that type of stuff. I'll be reading off my script while I'm driving in my car. Like I'll think of a scenario when somebody asks me how much, and that's something that I've been trying to come up with a response to, the best response to. Right now I've been saying, well, let me tell you, my partner, I want to tell you how we buy our properties and I'll list off some of the benefits. But I think moving forward, this is what I'm going to say. When they say, yeah, how much are you going to offer me? Don Juan, what's going on? Future millionaires. Let's go, Don Juan. You're damn right. Future billionaires. What was I just saying? Don Juan got me all excited. The my response to how much, I think I'm going to start framing it like this. I'm going to say, well, let me tell you, my partner and myself, we have some cash on hand. We're looking to buy one more property before the end of the year. And, I'm taking a peek right now on my computer and looking at some pictures that I can pull up on the outside of the property. Obviously, I've never seen the inside. So I would just need to learn a little bit about the condition of the interior in order to make an offer. We are looking for something that needs a little bit of love. So, so that we can build, I may not even say this last part, but so that we can build in the equity ourselves by doing some repairs. So, I mean, did you have a few minutes? I'd love to learn a little bit about the condition of the place. And then that will segue into whether or not they're actually motivated or actually interested. That's all that response to when somebody asks you how much. In my opinion, that's all you're really trying to do is segue into the script, and in what you're saying, again, allows them to intervene and either say, oh no, if they're not motivated, they're going to say something along the lines or to the effect of, oh, you called me, I thought you already had an offer, just make me an offer, you know what I mean? Or oh, I thought you already had a number in mind, how are you going to call me and not have a number or not have an offer for me and ask if I want an offer? That just means they're not motivated. And again, just like any other part in the script where I kind of open it for that and allow them to act up if they want to, and pretty much subliminally tell me that they're not interested, then that's cool. Then I'll try to, offset that first objection right there. Oh, you called me. It's like, oh yeah. This is something I got from Keith Everett. It's like, well, I do plan on making you a serious offer. We're very serious about it. And, I intend on giving you a large amount of money in a pretty quick, short period of time here. So, we just have to protect our investment and we have to know what we're buying here. I can't just be making blind offers. We would be going out of business. I don't, I don't even know if I've ever said that to be quite honest, but probably, yeah, handle that first objection. And if they still freak out, then they're just not motivated, not worth your time. Keep it pushing, go on to the next. So let me hop back in here, find a new list. Mon- so this one, it's another absentee owned list. So I'm gonna hop in there right now. But yeah, now that I'm kind of thinking out loud and saying all this, I'm realizing that that's really what I'm doing when I'm delivering my script is slowing down the pace. One, so that I don't sound like I'm reading from a script, and two, to it may seem like counterintuitive, but slow down and leave space in between what you're saying to allow them that opportunity to cut you off and tell them that tell you that they're not interested. I would much rather somebody cut me off and say, don't waste your time. I'm not interested. Because again, I don't end up wasting my time. I would much rather somebody cut me off and tell me that, as opposed to me thinking that I have a shot and, trying my very best to deliver the script in the perfect manner. I would much rather them just tell me up front. What's going on, Don Juan? I can't remember. I read your comment recently. Really appreciated that. But I can't remember. You're just starting out, right? And if you are, tell me what market you're either marketing to already or planning to start sourcing some opportunities in. Love to know that. Trying to get a sense of where my subscribers are doing business. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I don't know if any of you guys are football fans. Oh my gosh. Yikes. Hey, Eli? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hmm. Where are all the folks at? Everybody who's watching this after the fact, not tuning in live, don't forget, hit that like, subscribe, notification bell so that you get notified when we go live. I go live, try to every day, Monday through Friday. Missed the first time, or I missed my first day in a while yesterday, past few weeks here. But again, try to go live at least once a day. Sometimes I'll go live multiple times a day, Monday through Friday. Sometimes I'll even go live Saturday. Hop on the dialer, do some live cold calling, do some lead follow up, all that good stuff. So that's the type of content that you're interested in. Virtually wholesaling real estate. or just real estate wholesaling in general, do me a favor if you haven't already. Again, hit the like, subscribe, notification bell. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, these lists are bunk. I'm gonna move on to the next. I might just pull up my new list after this one. Get some fresh conversations going. Yeah, it should go. Hey, Miguel.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Miss Guzman?
No.
Oh, I might have the wrong information here. I'm sorry. Maybe you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Plum Street.
Yeah, no, I get a bunch of emails to this number, but it's not, I mean, emails or text messages. No, no, that's not us.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll take you off
All
here.
right, thank you.
So you can hear too, CallTools. I'm using the predictive dialer. I think I don't even know if you have the option of not using the predictive dialer on CallTools, but I think it may just be a predictive dialer, meaning that when the person on the other end picks up the phone, CallTools is determining whether or not it's an actual human or if it's a voicemail, like a machine. So that's why you pretty much never hear them say hello when they pick up the phone, which is also why I start the conversation uh, as if they've already said hello, because I'm sure that they have. It just takes a few seconds for the dialer to determine if it's a human or a machine. So you're pretty much missing that first hello, if that makes sense. So you're sacrificing the first couple seconds of your phone call, hearing them say hello, um, to, hey, Jimmy.
No, this is Gail.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I have the right number here. Maybe you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Clark Lane.
On Cartwright?
I'm sorry?
On Cartwright?
On Clark Lane?
Oh, Clark Lane. Yeah, our kids are living there.
Oh, okay. Completely
Okay.
understand. Yeah, I appreciate you taking the call. Would you happen to have any others you might be consider selling at the moment?
No, we really, no, we're not rich. Sorry.
It's okay. Appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as
Bye-bye.
well.
And happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Nice lady. So that's why I've been doing that. The past two phone calls you've seen, I just go in for the first name regardless. Whereas on Mojo, it was not a predictive dialer. So I was hearing them say that first hello, and then I could then determine if I was going to ask for the first name of the person or Mr. or Mrs. last name if it was the different gender. So in that case, I would have asked for Miss Freeman. But I didn't hear her answer the phone, so I just assumed that it was Jimmy. So I asked for Jimmy, and then she said, "No, this is Gail." And the way that she said it, it sounded as if like, "No, I know Jimmy, but this isn't that phone. This isn't him." So then I quickly switched to the address. Oh, okay, not don't even know if I have the right number. Hopefully you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of an address on this street. She said, yep, kids live there. Asked if she had any others. She said, nope, not rich. Oh, well, I'm not rich. And then she ended up wishing me a happy Thanksgiving. You know, we've really seen the polar opposites on this dialing session so far. I'm not selling my goddamn house. Take me off the fucking list. To happy Thanksgiving. So again, another maybe not learning lesson, but just something to take note of. There's good and the bad. What's the saying? Oh man, I'm always trying to come up with these little cute sayings for you guys, but I can never remember them. But it's just part of the game. People are going to be upset, but just know that um, as long as you stay high vibes and you stay respectful and kind to people, then you will attract and solicit responses like I got from that woman, right? Um, I just wasn't combative with her. I wasn't just trying to ask, just feeling it out. We had a quick giggle, and then she ended up wishing me a happy Thanksgiving. So, um, just as many people, if not more, are out there like her compared to the guy that I got in the beginning who cursed me out. So, just know that if you're hesitant to get on the dialer, the bad it comes with the good, and as long as you again are in a good frame of mind and you're being respectful and kind and have a good tone in your voice, you will attract a whole lot more people like that woman right there. I mean, if you've watched some videos on my channel, you've heard me myself kind of turn situations around. You'll hear people, oh no, stop calling me, I'm not interested in selling that property, I get so many calls. And then I say, completely understand, appreciate you taking the call. And they'll say, no problem, have a good day. Or you know what I mean? It's like you can so easily switch somebody's mood by just taking the high road. Hello? Hello? Some of these too that I've noticed, the first name and the last name is switched. I'm assuming that that's the case on this one. First name Hayes, last name Lawrence. I believe his name probably is Lawrence Hayes. So if it's like that, and I think maybe that is the case, I would have ended up asking for Mr. Hayes, even if that is his first name. People will talk like that, like Mr. Derek. So that's what I would have gone for had I not had him hang up. But that's the end of that one right there. It's calling through the last three numbers on that list. And then I think I'm going to switch to my new list and have a lot more conversations. Granted, they may be wrong numbers. If you've, again, watched some other videos on my channel, you know that I enjoy calling through the list the second time. You get a lot of contacts the first time you call through, but majority of them are wrong numbers or, voicemails, faxes. And so the first time you call through is more so trimming the fat off of the list, so that the second time, this is at least in my opinion, the way that I have found it. So that way, the second time you call through, you have much higher probability of only connecting with the people you're looking to connect with a similar contact rate. But then once you start calling for the third, fourth, anything beyond that, you've already trimmed the fat and already called these people a few times with no success. So the likelihood of them picking up now after you called them 3-4 times is slim to none. The contact rate drops off significantly after like the second or third time you call through. So again, ending this one, or maybe, yeah, I'm just gonna join this one. Here we go. Be prepared. Hopefully they start peppering in like crazy.
Hello?
Hey, it's Mr. Pena.
And what?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully you can help me out. I'm looking for the owner of a property on Reed Street.
I want to remove it, man.
Oh,
Every
okay.
time it's calling for this shit.
I'm sorry?
Every time it's calling for this shit, man.
Okay, do I have the right number and you're not interested, or do I have the wrong number here?
It's my number.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll be sure to take you off the list here. I appreciate you taking the call, though. I'm glad I asked that, because that is my pet peeve, when people freak out and I don't know if it's been the right number. You ever plan on meeting sellers face to face? No. Well, I take it back. Really, my long-term goal is to build out a successful and fully functional virtual system and process, so that it's for the most part self-sufficient, or at least to the point where I have a team of callers underneath me where I can just be handling the high-level conversations. And then I actually do. Um, I currently live in the San Francisco Bay Area, but me and my girlfriend do have, you know, intentions on moving down to San Diego. And when we do that, I'm hoping that the timing is, well, we're going to get down there regardless. So I do plan on building out my virtual business and then hopefully expanding to my second market, in which I will do it in my market close to San Diego. So I do plan on doing, building out a business in my market. Probably just going to wait until I fully develop and scale my virtual business first. But in terms of meeting them face to face in this market, I don't ever have any intention on doing that. No, unless they want to, like maybe, I don't know, hop on a Zoom call or something. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, it's Miss Raina.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I don't really know if I have the right number here. I'm hoping that you can help me out. I'm looking for the owner of a property on Theron Street.
No, sir. Wrong number.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
Matter. Again, it's to be expected. First time calling through this list. Really got to trim the fat first. Bunch of wrong numbers. But also, to go off of that, what I really want to do, and hoping that once business starts taking off a little bit more, is I want to have somebody, my boots on the ground. I want to have kind of a more permanent boots on the ground position. Right now, I just can't implement that because I don't have the amount of demand to like bring somebody on full time to be my boots on the ground, but I would really love to like employ somebody to not only take care of like getting out there and taking pictures and then, hosting.
No.
Hey, is this Mr. Preciado?
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I have the right number here. I was hoping that you can help me out. I'm looking for the owner of a property on East Cross Timber Street.
I think wrong number.
Wrong number?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
And I'd love, not only to get out there, host cash buyer walkthroughs, take pictures, stuff like that, but also meet with sellers if that's what they want. I've run into a few situations where the seller can't figure out the e-signatures, the DocuSign, stuff like that. So I've had somebody run a contract out to them in person so that they can sign. But I'd love to, again, bring somebody on in the capacity where I can send them out on an appointment and hopefully have them.
Hello?
Hey, Mr. Graham.
Yeah, this is him. Hello? Who's calling?
Hey, this is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Creston Drive. So right there, I'm going to go ahead and mark that not interested and mark it as a contact. The reason I do that is because I was able to confirm that it was the person I was looking for. And then once I mentioned the address, he hung up. So I can safely assume that he hung up because he's not wanting to talk about the property because he's not interested in selling it. But just to finish that thought, I'd love to bring somebody on full time in the future where I can actually send them out on appointments on pre-qualified lead appointments. Because, you will come across, I've come across some people where it's like, I won't make an agreement unless you come see the property. So in that case, we ended up sending people out and still didn't get the signatures, which is, again, something that you kind of have to, or I will have to, in doing this virtually, kind of recognize that that's just part of the game as well. So that's why I try to minimize the amount of times I'm sending somebody out in person and really just limiting it to, after I get the contract signed, or rather, if anything, after we've already come to a verbal agreement so that they can just go out there and get it signed.
Hello?
Hey, Miss Montoya?
Yeah?
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Duff Lane.
Derek, who is there? Where is from?
I'm sorry?
From?
I'm sorry. This is Derek.
Yeah. I am Sumi. And I don't know you are.
Yeah. I know this is random, but I was just calling to see if you would ever consider an offer on your property there on Duff Lane. You ever considered selling? No. Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the call.
You what?
Not putting up that. Yes, virtually seems very convenient right now, just as long as sellers know how to use the internet. Yeah. And I mean, I don't. There's really no reason that you can't do it in your own backyard. I almost feel like I probably should have done it that way. But
Goodbye.
Hello? Yeah, see, that was a perfect example. She probably was sitting on the phone for a while. She said, "Okay, bye," right when I connected. Yeah, virtual's cool, but just some give and take. You know what I mean? The benefit.
Hello?
Hey, James.
Hello?
James, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know it's a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Gold Street.
Who are you trying to get a hold of?
I was trying to get a hold of James, Mr. Menifee.
Oh, James Menifee.
Yeah, do I have the wrong number here?
I know who he is. But no, this isn't him. This is a friend of his.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Am I on the wrong?
Yeah, right. I mean, you're the second person who gives on me.
Okay.
Do you need me to take your name and number and have to call?
Sure, if you'd like. I'm just, you know what? I don't want to have to inconvenience you. I have another number here for him. Maybe that's him. I'll go ahead and try that number first.
No problem.
All right. Appreciate you taking the call.
No problem.
Bye now. A friend of his. They might have done business or something in the past. Put their name on something together. But yeah, with doing it virtually, the benefit is you don't waste time going on appointments. But the downside is that you don't get those deals where the seller is actually meeting with somebody, because you're going to lose out on deals if there's that level of rapport that's never met on the phone, that somebody who meets with them in person is going to be their best friend, or has at least the possibility of actually a legitimate relationship because they're meeting with them in person. So you're going to lose out on deals. But doing it virtually, the only way to offset that is by doing way more volume, right? So I need to be more people while those other wholesalers are going on appointments. They're likely going to beat me out on those that they're going on appointments on, but they're going to miss out on the opportunity to call, X many more people that I'm going to call while they're wasting time going on appointments. So it's like a give and take, you know what I mean? I'm only on 3 lines right now. I may increase it. It's just hard. CallTools, the only thing I don't like about it is just not very interactive. You can't see what's going on in the background. So like, if I want to increase to 5 lines, I know that the downside to that is that I won't, if I'm connecting to 2 people at a time, I can only talk to one of them. So the other one is marked abandoned. So that's like what you're messing around with when you're increasing the number of lines that you're dialing from. You are likely going to increase your abandon rate as well. But I can't see that until I jump out of the campaign and look at the stats. It would be very convenient if I can see right here while I'm in the campaign how many people have abandoned, so that I can kind of make a game time decision, a live decision on whether or not I want to increase the number of lines that I'm dialing from. But in this case, I kind of just have to try. And then if I think, like right now, I'm thinking, I could probably be talking to more people a little bit more frequently. I have to hop out of the campaign, go look at the stats, make sure that it is a good decision for me to increase the number of lines, and then go back to the campaign settings, increase the number of lines, jump back over to the dashboard, and jump back into the campaign. It's just kind of a lot. I know that after using the dialer for quite some time, I'll be able to kind of just know, but right now I have to kind of go through that process to determine whether or not it's a good play. Or give me the ability to just increase the number of lines right here. I don't want to have to even jump out of the dialer and go mess around with the settings. I just want to be able to Hello?
No?
Hi, it's Miss Scabito.
Who is this?
This is Derek. I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on New Haven Drive.
Oh no, we're not interested in sending anything.
Oh, okay. Completely understand. While I have you, would you happen to have any others you might consider selling at the moment?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the call.
Mhm.
Bye now.
Bye.
See, like right there, if somebody else would have answered on another line while I was talking to that woman, they would have just hung up and it would have been marked as abandoned. Chewing two gums. Shit works, bro. Drink coffee every morning, but the gum does just as good. Wow. So that's the thing with me. It's like I don't really feel like I get a buzz from coffee. It's more so I'm drinking it out of habit because I drink it every morning as well. I used to drink it when I worked at my old job. I used to have another cup around 1 to 2 p.m. Used to have 2 cups a day, and yeah, again, it's like I feel like I don't even really get the buzz. Um, or like I don't know. I feel like I could quit drinking it and it wouldn't really have withdrawals like people have. I don't know. Something about coffee and me. It's like it's weird. I truly do feel that, but then I guess I'm not. I'm just not very intentional about like I can go a day without drinking it and forget that I didn't drink it. Whereas some people start like throwing headaches. Not really the case for me. Man, where the motivated sellers at? Collagen powder in it. Filled with collagen, huh? Why collagen? Just interested to know why. What benefits you're looking to get out of it. Appreciate the like whoever dropped in here. Hey, yo, what up, CWL? How's your deal going? Said it's about to close in like.
Hello?
Hey there. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I have the right number. I was hoping that you could help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Dogwood Street.
Calling the wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I got a different property that you may be interested in, but that's up to you.
Yeah.
I'll give you some information on it.
Sure.
The property I'm speaking about is 6819 Appleton Street, Houston, Texas. Zip code 77022. And that property is available for $210,000.
210. Okay.
If you're interested or you think about it or whatever, let me know. I'll try to make an arrangement for you to come look at it. If you're going to ask me questions left and right, I don't have time right now.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure. Okay, I'll take a look. I appreciate you taking the call. What was your name?
Jorge Casas.
Jorge. All right. I appreciate it. My name is Derek. I'll give you a call if it makes sense for us.
All right.
All right. Bye. Did you hear that? I had to throw that little in there too. Jorge. He said it, so I felt the need. He's not motivated. Sounds like. I'm going to take a look, maybe pull it up on Zillow, see if I can see the outside of it. The way he's talking about it sounds like it's probably renovated. He's just not motivated. You know what I mean? He hit me with, if you got to ask me questions, yada. Jorge here doesn't look like he owns any other properties. Estimate value on prop stream is 224. He's asking 210. It's already really not a deal for me. Let me pull it up on Zillow, see what the Zestimate is. Zestimate is 173, and it looks to be a shack. So I'm not interested. But I'm gonna mark him as a follow-up. Check in with him in maybe like 3 months. He's clearly wanting to sell this right now, or maybe like a month. But he needs to get his head out of the clouds. He needs to again figure out that it's not going to sell for that much. I would imagine that even if the comps justify a significant increase, this is going to go for like a little over 100. I can run some quick comps on it. It's already have it pulled up. Let's see. 2 beds, 1 bath, 1,100 square feet, lot size 8,700, built in 1940. Let's go residential, single family. Year built 1930 minimum to 1950 maximum. 1,100 square feet. I'm going to make the minimum 800. I'll leave the max where it's at, which is a little over 1,300. Some good activity in the area. It's kind of a weird. So I got, okay, we'll actually limit it to the subdivision as well because there's enough activity. So we got 4 properties that sold within the last year that meets those parameters that are in the same subdivision. Highest sold was 272, but I think that's some type of a discrepancy. There's some reason why that one sold for so much. Oh, it's because the lot size is 3 times as big, so can't use that as a comp. The comps that I can use are 180 and 185. This one sold 2 weeks ago at 185, same street as his. Half extra bathroom, so ours could probably sell for 180, maybe even like 175. I've heard people. I usually only do 10,000 for that discrepancy of, the difference between 1 bedroom or bathroom, and then if it's a half bathroom difference, I'll take 5,000. But I've heard people talking about in certain markets, like hot markets, which I do consider Houston to be, that they take 20,000 consideration for the discrepancies in the number of bathrooms or bedrooms. So in this case, this one's over 185 with a extra half bath. I'll just do the same thing, same math on this one, call it 180. Pretty much same square feet. Our lot's a little bit bigger. Let's call it 185 max. So 185's ARV on this. It actually does have pictures on PropStream so I can see. So this one actually was sold as is. It was not a flip. So this one sold 185 as is. So, I mean, there is some potential here. Is if his property looks anything like this and it's in decent shape like this one, then I know that there's buyers at around this price at a 185 price. I would think that the ARV then is somewhere north of this 225 estimate that PropStream's given us. Let's just say conservatively it's like 230. I think it probably could push for a little bit more than that. Let's say like optimistically 250 since he's already asking 210. I'd have to be around. I would have to be 190 less repairs. So even if it has any type of repairs, I'm already at 190. Even if it needed 0 repairs, I'd need it at 190 just to be able to buy it with some equity. Supposed to make you look younger and not lose hair and develop winkles or wrinkles. I think you forgot the R in that. But yeah, I know that's the benefits. I'm only 27, but good to start early. Yeah. I know my girl drinks that type of stuff all the time. I knew that's what it does. Collagens, hair health, nail health, all that good stuff. Yeah, so this isn't a deal, but I'm going to take note. It's kind of difficult, though. I almost need to create a separate property card for it, which I think I will. Take down his number as well. Because for this property, this is who I was looking for. So I need to mark this as wrong number on this property. So that I can keep it pushing to the next and hopefully maybe even get this gentleman on the phone, whoever I'm looking for. Closes tomorrow. Can't wait to get some bills to pay. I'm text boxing some leads in the Waco area. Nice. Closes tomorrow. What time? You got a time. The seller's going in there to sign and hand over the keys. That's what's up.
Truck, we do our best to stock it for you.
Man, CWL, you're killing it. I got to catch up. Now all you guys are hopping on the stream talking about all these contracts you're getting. What am I even here for? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, is Mr. Summerhill?
Huh?
Hey, this is Derek. Sorry, I know it's a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Deerfield Street.
You just have the wrong number, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I could have sworn he said it was. I thought he said yes when I asked for Mr. Summerhill. I see you too, CWL, on keeping that lead generation going. That's something that I failed to do on my second contract, which is why I'm kind of pushing to get this next one. That second contract I got before my first deal closed. So I was feeling really good. And that was really my goal moving forward, was to just always have the next one signed before that last one closed. But obviously that's not the case. But that is still my goal moving forward for when I get the next one. I just don't. You can't let up on the lead generation. Super easy to just kick back knowing that you got a check coming, but that next check won't come unless you keep putting the rubber to the pavement. I also, looks like a new batch of texts are going out for me right now. Have that pulled up in a separate tab. Again, because it's automated. So this is. Hey, Hector. Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. No, this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Dorchester Street.
Oh, we're not interested in selling.
Oh, okay, completely understand. While I have you, would you happen to have any others you might be considering selling at the moment?
No, we don't.
No, okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the call.
All right.
Bye now. So this is the third text for the people who I texted on Tuesday, which should be the last automated group of texts that get sent out for the week. Actually having them, sorry, I'm gonna read your comment 1 second. Actually having them come at different times to closing, yeah, for sure. Had to do a lot to keep them from meeting. I told the seller I was in Texas, so they expected to meet me there, but it's my buyer. Yeah, for sure. Don't have them going there at the same time. that's something that I really didn't even consider. My title company just automatically knew because they knew I was assigning it. Um, so that's all. I preached about this the other day about having a strong team, being
Your name and phone number after the
especially
beep.
if you're virtual. You need those partners in place, specifically your title company, is what I was going on a rant about the other day. But yeah, they kind of just knew what I was doing, so they knew. I think I did clarify with them, like, hey, I just want to make sure that they're not coming in at the same time, and they were like, oh, no, 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 definitely not. But it did kind of raise an issue on the last one because I don't know if I think I did mention this when I was filming for my second closing there. He had a friend who was like a retired real estate attorney, and he just kept poking his nose in the transaction, and it made everything more difficult. It didn't help anybody. The fact that he was involved, it just made it more difficult. And then at the last minute, the day before closing, he made this unreal request that the seller get handed a paper check when he signs. It's like, well, no. um, I thought that it might be possible, but then once I started talking to people and like talked to my title company, I realized why it was an unreal request is because the only way that that could have happened is if I was literally paying 100% of it cash out of my own pocket. So I was saying, no, we have a lender involved. It's a cash transaction. They're going to provide the cash, but um, they need you to sign first, and then they needed to make sure that everything is signed properly. So it was an unreal request for them to ask that, but I don't know, all types of stuff was happening with that deal. So they expected to meet me there. Yeah. Hey, Ricardo. Hey, Ricardo.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know it's random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Victor Street.
Oh, no, you probably have to call him on his cell phone.
Oh, I have the wrong number here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I appreciate you taking the call, though.
All right, then.
Bye now. Yeah, the last one that I closed, my second deal, it was messy. The seller ended up not bringing the keys into the title company. So even though he went in that morning to sign off, I'm gonna go on a rant about this, but he again, just him and his attorney friend made it so much more difficult. I know that he intentionally did not bring the keys because it was like his insurance policy, like still hesitant, even though it was closing, the day of closing, and he went into the title company to sign. I know he did not bring the keys in intentionally because it was his insurance policy. Like, if anything goes wrong, I still haven't handed over the keys. But that just prevented him from getting paid. Um, so he was supposed to get paid, let's say, on Monday, and then he didn't end up getting paid until like Wednesday or Thursday because he had to overnight the keys to the title company. Hey, Alejandro. He had to overnight the keys to the title company, and then only then would the buyer sign, rightfully so, and then only then did the deal get funded.
Bueno,
Hey, Miss Lars.
wait a moment.
Hi.
Hey, is Lorenzo?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I have the right number. I'm hoping that you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Melbourne Street.
Three service?
I'm sorry?
Three service?
Yeah, my name is Derek. I was looking to get a hold of the owner of that property there on Melbourne Street just to see if they would ever consider an offer on their property.
I don't know.
No, do I have the right number here?
No.
No, I have the wrong number. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you'd say we have cash on hand, not just you. Haha, yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. My partner and myself have some cash on hand. As in not me, but him. My partner and myself have some cash on hand, aka I have zero Dolores and they have all of the moolah. Yeah, that's interesting though, CWL. That you were transparent about, or rather, not transparent about um, your location. Interested to know if that. I mean, did you get any pushback? Was there friction, and which kind of prompted you to say that you were out there, or did you kind of just volunteer that information preemptively? I'm curious because that very rarely comes up for me. Just because I don't go out of my way to tell them, but if they do ask, then I will. Um, I'm not sure if either one of my sellers on the deals that I closed knew, um, but didn't matter either way. I never met them face to face, and I only ever talked to them on the phone. And the money hit their account, so that's all they really cared about. And to kind of go off of what Jaleb was saying earlier about the whole virtual, what we were talking about, virtual versus in person.
Please record your message.
Kind of lost my train of thought. Oh, that's the sacrifice, right? If somebody's gonna ask me, I'm going to tell them the truth. What I say, the only time I'll really say that I'm in California is if they ask me specifically where I live, um, which comes up just kind of casually in conversation more than like where do you live, like they're not really vetting me. It's more so anytime that comes up, it's more so casual, like because we're talking about the location, right? We're talking about the location of the property, possibly where they live or where they're wanting to move to. We're just talking in the conversation of location, and then sometimes they'll ask, like, "Yeah, hey Ignacio,
Hello?
hello,
Hello?
hi, is this Miss Zavala?"
Is it so?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully, you can help me out. I'm looking for the owner of a property on King Street.
Yeah, I think y'all have sent several messages. This phone is owned by the city of Houston's health department.
Oh,
So, yeah, nobody who lives on King Street, we would have access.
gotcha. I apologize. I'll make sure to remove your number here.
Thank you.
Of course. Have a good day. What was my? Oh yeah. The whole in person thing. So sometimes it'll come up casually, like again when we're talking about location as the topic of conversation. Sometimes they'll just ask out of curiosity more than anything else, like yeah, do you live in the area? Like whereabouts do you live? Just as a way to more so like connect. Looking for something else to kind of connect on, so that if I say, yeah, I'm from, this section of Houston, they can be like, oh, I grew up around here, whatever. But I'll always kind of just respond with, yeah, I actually live in California myself. Obviously, we have a team, in Houston that pretty much handles all of the aspects of the transactions and the closings and things along those lines. I'm more so the person on the phone, but yeah, I live out, and I don't, I'm scrambling my words just saying it right there, but that's pretty much all I'll say. And that's something that I'm trying to work on too, is trying not to over explain things because they don't really care. Um, if he says, "Oh, where do you live?" I said, "Oh, I'm actually located in California myself." Obviously we have a team out in Houston that handles everything, but I'm more so the guy on the phone. And they'll say, "Okay," or I've never had anybody being like, "Oh, you're in California." You know what I mean? Um, if they're going to ask me that question, I would imagine that we've pretty much already hit it off and built a little bit of rapport to the point where it doesn't really matter one way or another where I am physically located, as long as I've instilled the confidence in the seller that I am able to deliver on what I'm offering.
Hello?
Hey, Vera.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Um, Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Kaplan Street.
Uh, on what street now?
On Kaplan Street?
I know nothing of property on Kaplan Street.
Oh, interesting. I may not have the right number here. Um, well, while I have you, would you happen to have any property you'd be considered selling at the moment?
No, I don't, sir.
No. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the call, anyways.
Thank you.
Bye now. She got a kick out of that. They always do when it's the wrong number, and I still go for it.
Your name and phone number after the beep.
I had the thought yesterday too. If either of you guys are still in here listening, I had the thought last night that what I can do is I can show you guys the texting, process that I'm doing. I would just have to pre-record it. If that's something that you're interested in seeing, I can just film a quick video, maybe on, me importing a list into my texting software and then throwing it into the campaign and then watching them go out and kind of how I'm dispositioning the responses and then like
Is available to take your
continuing the
call.
conversations that seem favorable. It would just have to be something short. The software that I use only allows me to record videos for 15 minutes because I just don't want to pay for software to record for longer than that. Maybe I will though in the future. I mean, obviously I will in the future, but yeah, for now. I told them I was driving in the area and came across the home, so the whole time they were pressing to meet me. But I just had them send pics and had my buyer drive by. Nice. Oh yeah. You already had your buyer lined up, so that worked out. It was like you were pretty much there. You know what I mean? If you were just speaking on behalf of your buyer, and for all they knew, you were the buyer. So I get that. But yeah, you don't want to have them meet at the title company and then like it'd be a completely different voice than the person they've been talking to on the phone. But even in that situation, easily worked around. Even if they did meet, hey, I'm not able to make it into the title company. Hey, Ruben.
This is Rick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully, you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on East Cross Timber Street.
No, sir.
Oh,
I'd like to say I was.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking the call, anyways.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye now. Yeah, I was gonna say easily worked around. Very easily could have just said, "Hey, something came up. Not going to be able to make it into the title company. But my partner is going to show up. His or her name is this. If you guys happen to cross paths, but other than that, everything's good to go. Once you get in there and sign off, and we have the opportunity to review the documents and sign off ourselves, then we'll have the title company wire you your money. Really, the only thing that they're focused on the day of closing is how they're going to get paid and when it's going to happen. So that's something else. Little tidbit there is just keep it all about the money. The closer it gets to closing. just continue reiterating and reassuring them that they're going to get their money and that the title company is going to get them their. Hello? Hello? And that the title company is going to get them their money however they prefer. Whether they want a check sent to them in the mail, or they want to get it wired. I find that is most productive towards the close. The closer you get to the closing date, the more I want to be talking about them getting paid. Hello?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Spence Street.
They be calling me on that, but I'm not the owner on it.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know where they got my number or what. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't know the property.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you taking the call anyways. While I have you, would you happen to have any property you'd consider selling at the moment?
No, sir. I sure don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling. Have a good one.
All right.
No.
Bye-bye.
I was going to say this earlier. You see Zach Stacy? You're crazy. Whooped on his girlfriend. Man, I'm hardly on some follow-ups today. It's kind of dry. Let's see. You mentioned in one of your phone calls that you prefer to use your own title company because it gives you certain discounts. How did you find this company? I just say that. I say that because that is why somebody would prefer to use their title company over the other party's title company. I actually don't get discounts. Not yet, at least. But that's the idea, is that an established cash buyer who's been in the business for quite some time, they have built that. Hello?
Hello. Hi. Can I help you?
Hi.
Yes.
Is this Miss Alamos?
No, you have the wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
The idea is that an established investor who has that exclusive relationship with the title company likely brings them enough business where they would start giving them kind of price cuts on the closing costs and stuff of that nature. So just as CWL did, kind of just assuming the role of the buyer in that conversation. So it's not, again, something that I'm actually getting discounts on, but a cash buyer in my situation would likely request that they use their title company for that exact reason. So kind of just speaking on behalf of the buyer. Really what I'm saying, really what I need to use my title company for is just to ensure that they are familiar with wholesaling and understand how to do an assignment or a double close, or just know what I'm doing so that they aren't the reason why the deal falls through. And how I found them was Google, Google. Just the best way to probably do it is hop in a Facebook group. I recommend doing that first thing, is just get in as many investor groups as possible in your market on Facebook. Go ahead and post, hey, starting out wholesaling, looking for a new title company. Does anybody have any recommendations on title companies that's familiar with wholesaling and assignment of contracts? You'll get a bunch of people comment, hey, yeah, I use this title company, I use this title company. Just go through the comments, look who's most commonly mentioned, and that's probably your best bet. Go to them, call them, hey, this is JLEP. Say the same thing, looking at getting into wholesaling. Want to make sure that I have a title company to bring my deals to before I start locking these contracts up. Just so you know, my intention is to assign my interest in the contract to an end buyer. I do have plenty of buyers on it, in my database, so I don't foresee it being an issue. But again, just want to let you know so that you're familiar with, what my intentions are when I do bring you these contracts, and they will be glad to honestly kiss your ass. You have all the power in these type of relationships. The title company gets paid once you bring them deals and they close your deals. That's how they get paid. So they want as many people bringing them as many deals as possible, even if you don't have deals. Obviously, it's beneficial if you have a deal to bring them to have that conversation with them then, because then they will honestly kiss your ass even more. If you call them or like, hey, I have a contract right now. I don't know where I'm going to close it. I'm calling around to some title companies. You know, have them come to you. Oh, says Frank. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, so that's how I. But okay, how I found my title company is actually I mentioned this a couple videos ago. My buyer, anybody familiar with the industry, his name's Cody Pirtle. He's an established buyer. Him and his partner Jared Graves, they do like millions of dollars annually in their wholesaling business. They're in multiple markets across Texas, and I don't know if you want to say they own a title company, but they have affiliation with the title company that they operate. So the title company is Citizen Title out in Houston, and again, their wholesaling office and the title company office is one and the same. So the escrow officers are just right down the hall from where he is managing, his own real estate business. So that's why I brought it to that title company. It was more so a negotiation piece. Me and him were going back and forth on price. He wanted it at 80. I was asking 85, and I said, "Hey, I will meet you at 83, and I will bring it to Citizen Title so that you guys can close the deal." Uh, Thanks. I'll definitely get on Facebook. Yeah, for sure. That's get on as many Facebook groups as possible. I'm telling you, that's where the money is at. That's where people are actually doing business. They're going to they're going to tell you how it is, and they're going to tell you what title company is best. Not even just the title company, any aspect of the business. If you can turn to the Facebook group and just ask questions, anybody in there is going to be willing to help you out. I'm just scared of what their CWO says. I'm just scared of what they're going to say when they see 10K on the HUD. Hope they don't freak. I'm not there, but I'm on paper making 10K, totally different buyer at closing. Sheesh. Yeah. That's another reason why you want a good title company. My title company, the title company that I closed with this last deal, it's a blind HUD, meaning that the seller and the buyer get different settlement statements. They get different HUDs. That's what a HUD is. In case anybody else is watching this and they're unfamiliar, a HUD is just the settlement statement, and it reflects where all of the money is going at closing. So the lender or the buyer, if they're paying out of pocket cash, they're going to quote unquote fund the deal, meaning that they're going to put all of the money into escrow on the day of closing, and then there is going to be a disbursement of where that money is going and who it's being allocated to. So uh, X amount of dollars is going to the lender on the property so that the mortgage balance can be satisfied. This amount of money is going to go to the county because there's taxes that are owed on the property. This amount is going to go to the seller. This amount is going to go to the wholesaler, and all that's reflected on the HUD. But if you have a good title company, they will separate it so that the assignment fee isn't actually reflected on the seller's HUD, the seller's settlement statement. So in my case, in my last deal, they didn't. In both my deals, the seller didn't know how much I was walking away with in assignment. What they did see though was that somebody got a loan, because in both cases when I assigned it to my cash buyer, they were using a hard money lender, so they weren't themselves paying out of pocket. They had a lender bring the money to fund the deal. So that is what they're able to see. So like, and then in some cases, like my last deal, he not only used a hard money lender to fund the deal for the purchase price of the property, but he also was using that same lender to fund the rehab involved. So in that case, I had the seller locked up at 75. Me and the end buyer came to an agreement on 83. But then on the HUD, it reflects a loan from a hard money lender for like 100,000 because he got that money on top for renovations. So that's what they see. But again, that's just as simple as how I just explained it. Yeah, we're getting a hard money loan, and not only are we getting the loan for the purchase price of the property, but we're also getting some cash to do the repairs from this lender as well. But nowhere on that settlement statement did it say, $8,000 going to Derek and his company. It didn't say that at all. So I would double check with your title company, CWL, to see if they issue blind HUDs or if that's something that's possible. This last deal at my title company, it seemed like a no-brainer to them, again, which is why you want a strong title company that is familiar with what you're doing in wholesaling and assigning contracts. Because I asked her, I was like, hey, just make sure like that you're issuing a blind HUD or that the assignment fee won't be reflected on the seller's settlement statement. And she like kind of giggled at me like, oh no, not at all. The seller and the buyer, they're going to get two different settlement statements. And she actually sent me the seller's HUD, the seller's settlement statement, before she sent it to the seller. So she sent it to me for approval. Hey, does this look good? This is what we're going to give to the seller, to get the A-OK. Yeah, it looks good. Nowhere on there does it say my name or what my assignment fee is. CWL, the seller thought the check was a net number to them, but they didn't consider what they owed. They assumed we were going to pay off their debt and cut them a check. On this deal, did it fall through because of that? Or are you saying this is just something that you had to overcome? Oh, no, you're saying it doesn't close till tomorrow, huh? Yeah. So you're probably good. Hopefully that was just something that you were able to overcome. That actually happened on my first deal because that was how I framed my offer. He thought that he owed 43 on the property. And the way that I framed my offer was, well, what if I was able to offer you 53 so that you can walk away with 10? And he was like, yeah, and he's super happy about it. But then it had slipped my mind that he had already mentioned that they were no longer paying the mortgage because his daughter who lived in the property was unable to keep up with the payments. So I didn't even think it took close to 60 days after I got the contract signed to actually close the property. And that's a whole 2 months where the mortgage balance was increasing because nobody was paying it down. So, and I was unfamiliar with the taxes. So that's just, it was a learning lesson for me and likely a learning lesson for you as well, CWL. It's just to be as transparent as possible and consider all of that. The next time around, I would say, hey, what if I was able to offer you 53, have you walk away with 10, and if he agrees, it's like, okay, yeah. And just so that 10,000, that's me. Again, the purchase price is 53. That's not considering whether or not you were going to pay down any more of the mortgage or if your taxes, it was difficult because he signed the agreement that specifically indicated that we would not pay the outstanding mortgage balance, any back taxes, anything like that. But then it came to the point of closing, and he literally called me when the mobile notary was at his house getting ready to sign the agreements on the day of closing. And he calls me and he's like, hey, I'm looking at the settlement statement here. I thought we were going to get 10,000. And I look at it and he doesn't owe 43 on the property. He actually owes 48 something. And he owes almost $2,000 in taxes that haven't been paid on the property. So he ended up walking away with like 3 or 4 when he thought he was walking away with 10. But he literally, I explained why, like I just did. Hey, you haven't been paying the mortgage. I didn't take that into account when I made you the offer. And then he looks, he goes to his wife. I can hear him on the phone. He goes, honey, you still want to sell? And my heart dropped. I was like, no fucking way. At this point, I had already paid movers to move his daughter out of the property. His daughter is already moved out of the property. My buyer is planning on going into the title company in a few hours to sign and he already had the keys. The tenant already handed over the keys to the buyer. And now the seller's like, you still want to sell, honey? And my heart dropped. I was like, you better fucking sell. His wife, yeah, we need to sell. All right, we're still going to sell. And I was like, thank God. But yeah, that's something that I took as a huge learning lesson that I just want to make sure that we at least have that conversation in the future. But yeah, in your case, that's crazy for them to think that you were going to pay the mortgage and what they owed on the property, all the debt, and pay them what you guys were talking about in terms of money. That's crazy talk. Wow, shoot. Does anybody remember what that last I asked for Miss Alamos? I think it was the wrong number. I'm always doing that. Forget how to dispo these because I look away from the tab and I go on a rant.
I'm gonna go to the grocery store.
We're live in here.
I think maybe is there a way to turn off the screen?
There's not. But I can do the classic.
Or maybe put a t-shirt over your screen for a second. Just
Classic.
Yeah, there you go. Can people hear me too?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you mute it?
I can do that, yeah. 1 second, y'all. Excuse me. Hello? Give it 4 rings in that case. Like and subscribe for sure. For those who haven't already, would greatly appreciate it if you like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so that you know when I'm going live. That's pretty much what I'm doing. I've fallen back and kind of fallen off of pre-recording videos, although I do intend on continuing to do that, but I just don't release pre-recorded videos as frequently as I go live. I go live pretty much every day. So if you're wanting to join us, hit the notification bell so you know when I go live. Would love to have you. And I plan on...
Our alarms are within Marset. I'm unable to come to the phone right now.
For sure plan on hopping on tomorrow so that CWL can update us on the closing and what he's going to spend that 10K check on. Getting some text coming through as well. Bobby says, I don't have a house. Okay. Hey, Ruth? Hello? Hey, this is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Duff Lane.
¿No hablas español?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I need to figure out how you say do you want to sell your house? ¿Quieres vender tu casa? So that I can at least get a yes or no. But for now, what I'm doing is putting them into their own little bucket called Spanish speakers so that, you know, I have it for future reference if I ever do, which I do intend to do at one point in time, hire some callers, hoping to get somebody who's bilingual who can then just call through all of these people who I'm placing in this list. Because I've even had people who are who can kind of speak English, but obviously Spanish is their first language. But that have told me, yeah, I want to sell my house. I'm interested, but I just have no means of pre-qualifying them because we can't have a good conversation. So that's something that, again, for future reference, I'd love to have somebody call through that list and just blow through it and just, again, hit it for the first time, essentially. When this deal closes, I'm going to do my best to try to wholesale a commercial building. I want to get out of wholesaling houses. I need bigger spreads and less picky sellers. Why don't you just do it closer to home then, CWL? I know you're out in California. You'll find big spreads out here for sure. Higher price points. Because I mean, commercial is a different thing, right? You're no longer uh, assessing value based on the purchase price or like the principal price of it, now you're having to assess it and evaluate the cash flow. On commercial properties, that's where the value is how much it can cash flow. And I guess it depends on what you mean when you're talking commercial. I guess I'm assuming that you're talking uh, like condos or um, like apartment buildings, multi units. And then again, in that case, it's a whole different ball game. You're not looking for the ARV. You're not trying to come up with a cash offer. I mean, you're coming up with a cash offer, but it's not going to be based on like repairs or what. Let's say it's like an 8 unit. You're not looking for other 8 units in the area to determine what they sold for. You're specifically looking at your deal. You're looking at rent in the area. You know, again, you're not even really looking at repairs because you're not needing to go in there and make it, fancy schmancy, A1 type of renovations, because the tenants that you end up putting in there don't really care anyways, right? So you're more so just looking at the cash flow opportunity. Um, so I have not bothered. I think that it's kind of in my head from the point where I'm at is more so kind of shiny object syndrome to be able to try to chase that as an opportunity because I know it's going to be a huge learning curve for myself. It's a whole different ball game. You got to completely learn how to evaluate properties differently. I for sure am interested in doing it at one point in time, but for now, until I kind of perfect this system and process here, I'm going to stick with single families. Not to deter you from doing that though, but just so you know, by all means, do that because you probably could find some bigger spreads, because you're going to be finding buyers who again are buying for cash flow. So when you hear the type of buyers that are going to pay higher purchase prices, those are the buyers, the buyers who are buying and holding the property for all of the benefits that real estate offers, being appreciation in the market, cash flow opportunity, amortization, mortgage pay down, depreciation, tax incentives. Those are the type of people who buy multi-units. They're looking for all of that. Whereas a fix and flipper on a single family residence, they're just looking for the quick profit, the flip profit. You know what I mean? They're not going to get all those other benefits. They're not going to get tax write-offs because they'd never really owned the property for a good amount of time. They're still going to pay like short-term capital gains on it, I believe, depending on how quickly they sell and turn it around. All that good stuff.
Did you turn this on?
No, I didn't. All right. I'll see you. Hey, Norman?
ACC Citrus Campus, how can I help you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I got the wrong number here.
Oh, not a problem.
I will always just say wrong number if it's clear that I'm calling somebody at a place of business. When I first started off, I made the mistake of still asking for the person. Hey, Jose.
Yes.
Jose, how's it going? This is Derek.
Yes,
Sorry,
Derek.
I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Barres Street.
On what?
On Barres Street?
That we have?
Yeah. I just wanted to give you a quick call about that property there, and I wanted to see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered selling?
No, what do you mean? You're a realtor or what?
No, I'm an investor in the area. We're just looking to pick up a few more projects before the end of the year.
Oh, no. We got our own real estate company. But
Gotcha.
I'm not sure. You're probably calling for properties. This is the land survey company.
Gotcha. Okay, I might have the wrong number here. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
Have a good one. I hate that. I wish people would just tell me up front. Wasting my time. I guess the name Jose was common enough where it could have even been the wrong person. Wrong number. gosh, I felt like I was gonna. Oh, the place of business. I made the mistake of still asking for the seller. I don't know why I thought that that was appropriate, but um, I got somebody let me have it one time, and then it opened my eyes to the fact that it was extremely inappropriate to be asking for somebody at their place of work and to unsolicited call. So anytime anybody answers, even if it sounds like not sounds like, but even if it may be the person that I'm looking for, I'll just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong number," and I'll call through the other telephone numbers. That's the last thing I want to do is not only am I bothering people by interrupting their day by calling them unsolicited, but I don't want to do that while they're at work. Again, one woman got really pissed off, and understandably and rightfully so. And then only then did I realize, like, yeah, what the hell am I doing asking for them at their place of work? Um, so I nipped that in the butt real quick. And now, anytime anybody answers like a business, hey, you've reached blah blah blah. How can I help you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I got the wrong number here. And more often than not, they understand because I'm probably not the only person. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is this Miss Pena?
It's like you far away from the phone. I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear you.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully, you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Linder Street.
Oh no, this is the elementary, Highland Heights Elementary.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong number here.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Have a good one.
Bye.
See, like in that case, I wouldn't have even bothered, but she didn't answer it in a way where it's like, hey, this is Highland Elementary. She just said hello. So I couldn't have known. I have a buyer here who pays for 1031 purposes. He says if I can tie a deal up, I can assign it to him, but it's the fact of finding a deal that's off market and not with a broker that has good cap rate. Yeah, and it sounds like the timing as well with your buyer would make a big difference because if he didn't just recently sell a property of his, he doesn't necessarily have the means to do a 1031 exchange, or at least the desire to do one. For anybody who doesn't know, who's either on this live session or tapping in after the fact and watching this video, 1031 is what he's talking about. Is 1031 exchange. It's a way to defer paying taxes on the proceeds of the sale of your property. So what they will allow you to do is if you have this property, you have property A and property B. You just purchased property A for fix and flip purposes. You did all the renovation and then you went to go sell it on the market and you make $50,000 profit on top of, whatever. You sold the property for 200,000 and you made $50,000 profit. If you did not do a 1031 exchange, you would have to pay short-term capital gains on that 50,000 that you made in profit. But what the IRS, I believe, is the governing body here. What they allow you to do is to take that $200,000 and roll it over into your next property that is of equal or greater value, so that you can just defer taxes. And that's how the rich do it. They're just kicking the can down the road and essentially saying and there's no limit. You can just keep doing this, but the second you take the money out of that rollover process, then you have to pay gains you have to pay taxes on those gains. So again, that's what the rich do. They essentially just continue telling the IRS, yeah, I'm gonna pay the taxes on this, but first I want to buy this property. And then they sell that one, and it's like, yeah, I'll pay the taxes on my gains, but let me buy this property with the money first. And they just constantly continue doing it, and then just kick the can down the road and just keep deferring paying taxes to a later date, which may be never. It could be generations from now, where you pass your portfolio down to your kids, and they pass it down to their kids, and they pass it down to their kids. Again, as long as they keep that money in the rollover process, you'll never have to, unless they change laws, but you never have to pay taxes on it. So that's what he's talking about. CWO sounds like he has a buyer who buys for 1031 purposes, and those type of buyers typically are willing to pay more as well because it's worth it to them. They would much rather buy a property at a higher price than what it's probably worth than pay all the taxes on the gains that they just got from their previous property. So and they are desperate because there's a time frame in which you have to do this. I'm not sure what the exact time frame is. Let me do a quick Google search. 1031 exchange time frame. 180 days. So 6 months. that they have to take that money from the sale of this property A and roll it over to buy property B. So there's a time frame in it as well. So they're kind of desperate to find something quick, which is why, again, when it reaches that 4th, 5th, 6th month, they're willing to just pay whatever. I just don't want to pay taxes on these gains. Yeah, I'll buy that property at that price, whatever. So again, CWO has a buyer who does that. He rolls his proceeds over 1031 exchanges and just continues leveling up the properties. He says, if I can tie a deal up, I can assign it to him, but it's the fact of finding the deal that's off market and not with a broker that has a good cap rate. And cap rate is referring to kind of what I was talking about, what type of returns it's giving you as a cash flowing property, right? So cap rate formula is net operating income over current market value. So again, it's just a way of saying how well does this property cash flow. He has a limited amount of time to buy. Okay, yep. To satisfy his 1031, he has 6 months to buy something new. Yep, there you go. Jim Shorts Joe, what's going on? Hey, Derek, how's it going? Going pretty well. Calling through the dialer right now. Getting some folks on the phone. Nothing too hot today, but I think I got one, maybe 2 follow-ups. So on my deal, I will like to know if you have done an affidavit memorandum. If so, can you share the process? Thanks. I thought we talked about this the other day. I've never done a memorandum of contract, I believe is what you're referring to. I'm sure it probably could be called affidavit memorandum as well, but memorandum of contract. A memorandum of contract, also known as a memorandum of understanding, is a form memorializing a purchase and sale agreement or contract. In the purchase and sale agreement, 2 parties settle upon the same objective, which is the sale purchase of the property. So I personally have never done a memorandum. And again, I would like to know why you feel the need to file a memorandum. People typically feel the need to file a memorandum out of fear of somebody cutting them out of the deal. So Jim Shorts Joe, hopefully you're on here still. I want to almost kind of have a conversation with you back and forth. I know you're texting and I'm talking, but I want to kind of get to the bottom of why you feel the need to file a memorandum. So my first question to you is, have you already found a buyer, and has that buyer signed an assignment agreement? Right? Because, well, I guess rather I'm going to ask a 2-part question. One, you do have it under contract, right? You're direct to seller and you have agreed on something and you have a contract. And then 2, if you do have that contract signed by the seller and yourself, have you found a buyer to assign it to and had that buyer sign an assignment agreement? I want to know that before I go any further on the memorandum. And while you're responding to that, I'm going to hop back in the dialer here. Gosh, I did it again. What was the last one? Wrong number. I think it was the middle school or something. So let me know again, Joe, what it's looking like. Because I am literally getting ready to go on a rant about that like I did the other day. But I want to make sure that I'm tailoring my rant to your specific situation. Because again, people file that out of fear or because they're unethical. In my opinion, again, I've never filed one myself, but I know what it is and I have full knowledge of what it is. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hello?
Hi, is this Miss Bernard?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Spence Street.
Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I'm still living in it. When I get ready to sell it, I'll let you know.
Okay, I completely understand. I appreciate you taking the call.
All right.
All right,
Have a good day.
I did not ask if she had any other properties. She's living in the property. I can see that the mailing address matches. I could have asked, but she didn't. I hate to say it, sound like the type of person that owns a bunch of properties. All right, I see that you responded, Jim Shorts Joe. I'm just going to wait to see if I can get another contact within the next couple of seconds before I hop back over there and stay on the YouTube tab. I guess I can just go like this. Not available. All right. I have it under contract, sent to the title, but on my first deal, I posted on Craigslist and someone went behind my back. Oh, okay. Um, don't put the address out. That's something that I do. I don't put the address out, especially when I'm blasting into places like that. At first, what I do is, yeah, in the marketing piece that I'm sending out to, Craig, the places where I pretty much blasted my deals out is Craigslist, all of those Facebook groups that I'm a part of, Facebook Marketplace, send out an email blast, and then text any like of my kind of quote unquote A-list buyers, pretty much just my two buyers who I've actually closed with. Now I know that they're able to perform and have the ability to close. So I'm shooting them a text every so often, but yeah, don't put the address out. So that way nobody, because what happens is somebody sees, oh, address, boom. Okay, this seller obviously wants to sell. Now all I have to do is call them, ask what they have their contract listed for, and I'll give them another $1,000. Right? Anybody's going to be willing to just take $1,000 less in profit to lock the deal up because people are desperate for deals right now. So that would be my first recommendation: is just don't don't give out all the information. I kind of set up a pre-screen opportunity. So I say at the bottom of my marketing piece where it shows like maybe one picture of the property, I will say at the bottom, after I list all the details and benefits or whatever you want to talk about the property, on the bottom I will say DM or text Derek at this number for the full address and additional pictures if you're interested. Then they text me or they DM me back on Facebook, and I kind of try to feel it out to see if they're nonsense or not. So try to get, without being too invasive. Uh, One, if it's on Facebook or some type of social media, you can kind of take the route of just going to their profile and seeing if they're legitimate. For the most part, people in real estate like to showcase that they're in real estate. So they'll see, or you'll see them commenting on other posts in that same group, talking about how they just closed deals or whatever the case may be. You just want to try to pre-qualify your buyers before you give them all your information on the property. So that's what I'll do. And then somebody will, I've never specifically requested proof of funds because I was confident in the buyers that did close on my deals, but that is something that I'm going to do moving forward. Um, Proof of funds, and I know a lot of other people, what they'll do is they'll ask for their last HUD. They'll say, if you don't mind just sending me the HUD for your last closing, just to prove, you don't have to say this, they'll know why, but essentially it's just to prove that you're actually doing deals and you're actually closing deals. Um, and they shouldn't have any problem with sending you their last HUD if they're a legitimate buyer and they want the property. So just try to set up a little bit of a barrier in between you and all of your potential buyers. And if you do that, then I don't think you really have to be concerned about the memorandum. And to kind of just go off of that, again, the only reason you really should ever be filing a memorandum is if, well, one, in your case, that was an appropriate time to file a memorandum. Uh, if that was that was an appropriate time. The second you found out that the seller, or let's say you started calling the seller back and they started ignoring you. So I don't know the exact situation, but I can kind of assume that that's what happened on that deal that somebody cut you out. Is you started calling the seller, they started ignoring you, they started ghosting you, and now you're thinking, well, am I buying this property still? And then you started to get this feeling like, oh, somebody probably cut me out. Then I may go file a memorandum if I hadn't heard from the seller after like a few days, or if the seller is honest with you and tells you, yeah, somebody else came along and they're going to offer me more money, then you say, well, we have a legally binding agreement here that we signed off on. If that's the case, I don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to have to get my attorney involved, and I'm going to go ahead and file a memorandum with the county that ensures that you aren't going to cut me out of this deal. In that case, it would be appropriate. What is unethical about memorandums is that people file them preemptively with zero intention of actually ever closing on the property. So if I went to a seller and I said, "Yeah, I'll give you 100,000," I said, "Perfect. Now I got the contract. Let me go file a memorandum, and then I'm just gonna start ghosting the seller myself." I'm never planning on buying that property, but I know somebody will come along and want to buy that property. And when that's the case, when the legitimate investor comes along and makes the seller a legitimate offer, they're going to have to come to me first, and they're going to have to pay me out for my position in all of this. They're going to have to pay me at least 2,000-3,000 just for me to release my memorandum and allow them to buy that property. So that's how shady characters do it, and there are people who build business models around that, unfortunately. So you just have to be careful about when you're filing a memorandum and when it's appropriate and when it's being filed out of fear and nothing else. In your case, I think it's fear because it has happened. You have gotten cut out of a deal. Now, what I would recommend to you is just put up some type of firewall in between you and your potential buyers so that they don't have the ability to just get all the information that they need and go directly to the seller. Because that's all they did. They saw the address, they skip traced that address, they gave all of those numbers a call, they got a hold of the property owner, and they offered them more money. You know what I mean? And then you got cut out, backdoored. So fingers crossed for CWL. For sure, fingers crossed, CWL. That's the mistake I did. I put the address out there. Yeah. Especially when you're posting it to places like Craigslist, that you're just asking for it. You're asking to get cut out of the deal. All types of shady characters on Craigslist. So just be careful about that. I would do that. I would withhold the address. I would put it at the bottom of your post. Text me if you want the address. And when they text you saying, "Hey, what's the address?" Say, "No problem. Do you mind just quickly sending over proof of funds and a copy of your last HUD?" So I would just leave it at that. Do you mind sending over a proof of funds and a copy of your last HUD, and I can get you the address? If they put up a fuss about it, you don't want to deal with them anyways. You know what I mean? You're a business owner now, and you decide who you do business with. So I had somebody on my last deal. It was out in Conroe. If you're familiar with CWL, knowing the Houston market, it's up in Montgomery County, probably an hour drive north of Houston. It was out in Conroe, and there's a Lake Conroe. So Conroe is like right here, the heart of the city, and then Lake Conroe is like northwest of Conroe itself. So people are looking to specifically buy at the lake, and I like posted it to Facebook groups, and then I started DMing people to try to get like individual conversations going. And some guy was like, "If it's not on the lake, I don't want to fucking." He was like being super rude about it, and I was like, "All right, perfect. I don't want to deal with you anyways." You know what I mean? You got to have that kind of uh, I don't know, that brain, that mindset to know that like I don't have to deal with anybody that I don't want to deal with. And again, remember that you are in the position of power with that contract. You are the contract holder. As long as you aren't spilling the beans about the address, the owner's information, the price that you got it under contract for. That's another thing I wouldn't just, I mean, hopefully this comes as obvious, but I wouldn't disclose how much you have it under contract with when negotiating with the cash buyer. Negotiate with the cash buyer on what they are going to pay for it. And then when you send in the agreement, it should say, this is the original contract purchase price. We have agreed to this price, so I'm going to be getting this as an assignment fee. And if they try to back out of their number or try to reduce the number because they see how much you're making, again, not the buyer. I would tell them, be honest. Don't be afraid to lose the deal with that buyer. Hey, really, you're gonna try to screw me only after you saw how much I'm gonna make? You know what I mean? So, Jim Shorts Joe, to finish that, I would, if you haven't already marketed it, that's cool. But file a memorandum if that's what you want to do. If that gives you, a warm and fuzzy feeling inside, knowing that nobody can screw you out, do it. But if you don't close on that deal, if you can't find a buyer, if nobody ends up buying that deal as a party to your transaction, you have to go back to the county and release that memorandum. You have to remember to do that because sometimes people will do it in your specific situation just based on fear, and then they'll forget that they went and filed a memorandum. And now you have not only backed out and not fulfilled your sense of obligation in this contract with the seller, but now you've screwed the seller over from selling it to anybody else in the future because this memorandum is filed. So do it if it makes you feel better, but you have to release the memorandum after if you cannot fulfill your obligation in the contract. If you want to act ethically, to each their own, but I think that that's what you should do. Let me know if that makes sense, Jim Shorts Joe. I just want to make sure that I'm communicating that properly and that I'm not making you feel like you have to do one thing over the other. Because again, by all means, do it if it's going to make you feel comfortable marketing it. Because then at that point, whatever, shoot the address out there. You know what I mean? Anybody, I still wouldn't put the address out there because then you're just going to have to deal with that conversation with the seller when they come back to you and say, "Hey, I'm getting calls and they're telling me they're going to pay me this much." So it's just common practice for me to not include the address. I think that I may start doing that later in the future once I have refined my buyers list and I know that all of these buyers won't screw me out of the deal. But in this case, like I've only ever done 2 deals, so I only am confident that these 2 buyers aren't going to screw me out. But I'd love to get to the point, obviously, where I have like a couple hundred buyers where I know I can send them the address without them acting funny and trying to cut me out. CWL 10K, let's go. That's great. That is good stuff. I don't have a house. These are some text responses that came in. Marking him wrong number. If you're in here right now and if you haven't already, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, notification bell. It really does help out the channel. I know that you hear you. Hey, Gloria.
Hello?
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 Hey, Gloria.
Yeah.
Gloria, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry,
Huh?
I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Balling Lane.
Do what?
I was calling about a property I believe you own over on
Oh,
Balling Lane.
bullshit.
I'm sorry? She's not interested. Not interested. Contact made. On to the next. Keep it pushing. LMAO. Yeah, you missed it was like, I think the first contact that I got today was way worse than that. I don't mind when somebody does that and then they hang up. But when it comes to the point where I have to hang up on them, it's like, geez, you're really wanting to let me have it, I guess. But the other guy, I'm not selling my goddamn house. Take me off the fucking list. Don't call this number. So click on to the next. And then the next woman right after that, sweetest woman ever. And I made a point to say that, it's part of the game. Comes with it. You're interrupting their day. You're calling them. They didn't ask you to call. They are, very common, argument that those type of angry people make is, do you see a sign in the lawn? If it was for sale, you'd see a sign. It's like, all right. Again, and what I said earlier and what the mentality that you need to have is you are looking for people to help. That's why they're going to sell you their property at a discount. Not because they're going to profit a shit ton of money off of your offer, but because you're solving some type of problem that they have. And that may not even be something, anything to do with the property itself. They may just be in a financial bind where they need money for healthcare. Maybe they just got surgery and they need to pay off their medical bills. You know what I mean? So you're just looking for people to help. Anybody who gets upset about you asking about the property, they just don't need your help. That's all you need to know. Just remember to tell yourself that. Don't take it personally. They just don't need your help. That's all. And they're clearly not interested. You know what I mean? I'm only wanting to talk with people who are not only interested. Hey, Sylvia?
Hola?
Hello?
Hola?
Hi, is this Miss Leva?
No, la salsita de Mexican restaurant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the wrong number here.
Okay.
Be right back. Let me go blow my nose real quick. And also, as Jalep said earlier, when he witnessed that angry gentleman, um, something else that you tell yourself that he had said earlier is they're just having a bad day. And honestly, I say this kind of to be funny, but also not. Uh, I do kind of feel sorry for those people. Um, they're just angry. They're generally angry. I'm probably not the only person that they cursed out today. I'm probably not the only person that they're acting up with. You know what I mean? They got other things going on, and they got problems that I cannot solve by buying their house. They got some other type of stuff going on, and I really do wish them the best. Again, I'm kind of being funny about it, but at the same time, I'm not. I think that's the mentality you have to have. Um, however you want to frame it to yourself, however you want to tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself so that you don't take those personally. It's a huge hurdle to overcome. I'm not gonna lie. I still get in my feelings about it. Like I'd be lying if I told you that that didn't make me feel some type of way. But I'll tell you what, if I got that type of response when I first started out, I probably would have stopped right now. I would have hung it up and said, I'll call again tomorrow. But just comes through repetition. You start to numb yourself to those type of responses, and you realize, like I was saying earlier, that for every person that's like that, you're gonna get 3 times as many people who are nice. I mean, anybody who's been on here for a decent amount of time today has recognized anybody else who I talk to is, oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, I own that property. No, we're not interested. Thanks for calling though. It's like, and that starts with you. That starts with your tone of voice, your energy that you bring to the phone call. So not only don't stoop down.
Hello?
Hey, is this Mr. and Mrs. Cade?
Hello?
Hi, is this Miss Cade?
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully, you can help me out. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. I was looking for the owner of a prop. Yeah, she hung up. Wrong number. What was I just saying? Oh, it starts with you, your tone of voice, and the energy that you bring. Um, so not only don't stoop down to their level when you're on the phone with them. There's no point in being combative with those people. Um, just keep it pushing. Not only that, but don't bring that energy onto the next phone call, because you will. If you let it get to you and you start to take it personally, you're going to bring that energy to the next phone call, and you're not going to be as upbeat or energetic. Good tone of voice, all that. So you got to leave that behind when you keep it pushing. And I was going to say, I mentioned this earlier too. You'd be surprised, going along the lines of not being combative with these people. Do the complete polar opposite. Be super nice to those people, and you'll be surprised. Hopefully, it happens within the next couple of contacts here. You'll be surprised how many people have gotten on the phone with me and said, "Man, I get so many fucking calls about this property. I'm not interested in selling." And I say, "Oh, okay, completely understand. Well, I really do appreciate you taking the call." And they'll say, "No problem. Have a good day." Like, it's so easy to turn people's mood around when you don't stoop down to their level. Hey, Maria.
Yes.
Maria, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Norham Street.
No, I don't know anything. Yeah, they've been calling about that property, but I don't know anything about that property. I don't
Oh,
own any property there.
okay, interesting.
If
I
you
might have.
can take me
Yeah,
from the list.
yeah, I'll be sure to take you off the list. While I have you, would you happen to have any property you might consider selling at the moment?
No.
No.
I
Okay.
don't. Thank you.
Of course. I appreciate you taking the call. Have a good one.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye now. I haven't gotten any wrong numbers that has property. Oh no, I did just a little bit ago. I'm tripping. Juan. He was like, "No, this isn't the right person, but I have a property." He actually coughed it up before I even asked. He said, "I have a property I'm looking to sell." Again, the numbers don't make sense, but it is somebody who I'm going to follow up with once he kind of gets his head out of the clouds and comes back down to earth, which will happen once. Yeah, I mean, because he's very clearly uh, advertising it when people call. So it's just a matter. Although he wasn't really willing to have a conversation with me, if anybody was on here and they heard that, he was more so like, if you got to ask me a bunch of questions, I don't have the time. It's like, all right. What that tells me is he's not motivated. Anybody who's motivated is going to give you the time. They're willing to take 5 minutes out of their day to answer some questions if it means them getting a huge check for their property. But again, they need to be motivated for that. They can't just be interested in selling. That's like my least favorite conversation, when somebody says, I mean, what's your offer? I mean, if the price is right, what that tells me is, I mean, no, I'm not interested in selling, but hello? Hello? What that tells me is, no, I'm not interested in selling, but if you pay me twice as much as my property is worth, I'll sell it. But they frame it in a way where it's like you kind of want to have the conversation with them just to see what their expectations are. But like 9 times out of 10, you'll get to the end of the call and you'll start talking about price. That's why for those type of people, I try to address price up front. If they say, yeah, if the price is right, I will say something along the lines of, okay, well, let me tell you, my partner and myself are looking to pick up a property before the end of the year, and we do have some cash on hand. We could pay cash. I know you're looking for, a price that's right. Did you have a number in mind that you'd be hoping to get for it? And if they say no, then I reluctantly probably will have that conversation to try to pre-qualify them further. But again, 9 times out of 10, they have unrealistic expectations. God, I did it again. What happened with that last one? Oh, nobody was there. No contact. See how many people are left in this list. At 153, that should take me about, depending on how many conversations I have, probably another 20 minutes. I guess I could, no. Like I was saying earlier, I'm going to have to check the stats to see how many calls I missed because I was on the line with somebody else. I also wonder if it continues dialing on the other lines when I'm in post call, like when I have to disposition the contact. Hopefully not. That'd be crazy. What's up with everybody though? How's everybody feeling? Thursday, end of the week, nearing the end of the week. Have you thought about going after pre-foreclosures? High level of motivation there. That was actually like the first list I ever pulled, and it really turned me off because, how do I put this? Those are the people who are getting inundated with phone calls. Everybody and their mother is calling those leads. So that's really what prompted me to take the driving for dollars approach. Because those are polar opposites of pre-foreclosure list and a driving for dollars list. Pre-foreclosure, they're getting bombarded with phone calls, texts, marketing up the wazoo. Driving for dollar list, you may come across, 70 to 80% of the people have never even been contacted about their property. So that's why I'm just not doing it at scale. So a list like that, in my opinion, I feel like you would implement once you're at scale, because there is a high level of motivation there, but it's all about timing, like it is for every list. But it's just not very. I guess I'll be honest. It's just not very fun to call. It's not very fun to call those lists because just like those angry people that we got today on the driving for dollars list, um, you're just gonna get a whole lot more of that on the pre-foreclosure list. But yeah, you're right. Probably the highest level of motivation is somebody who's getting ready to lose their house. But that's why I stay away from it. And I also, okay, and also something I forgot. I also stayed away from it when I started out because there were no foreclosures because of the forbearance. The government kept kicking the can down the road and weren't foreclosing on properties for pretty much a majority of the beginning of my career here in wholesaling. So I would connect with people and they would say, yeah, I'm falling behind on payments. Like even the motivated ones were like, yeah, I'm falling behind, but sounds like they're going to let me stay. Sounds like they're going to let me keep the house, and that's what was going on. And then same thing with like absentee owned properties when they have a tenant in there, same thing was happening. Yeah, I mean, the tenant's not paying anymore, but I can't kick them out. So I might as well just hang on to the property to see if this all gets resolved at one point. Um, you know what I mean? So there was that going on too, the whole COVID housing crisis that kind of prevented, not prevented, but lessened the motivation in the pre-foreclosure list. Um, it may have even heightened the level of motivation in the absentee owner list for that exact reason that I said, because they had tenants that stopped paying them. And if there's a way for you to solve that problem again for them and say, hey, yeah, I'll buy it with the tenant in place and I'll deal with the tenant, then that would have been a good problem to solve on that list. But hey, Steven.
Yes, how may I help you?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully, you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Creston Drive.
No, there's nobody that I know of on that address. I said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I might have the wrong number here.
It's okay, no problem.
What do you call? What do you guys call? I'm interested. Where are these deals coming from? CWL. Where is this the deal that's closing tomorrow? Was that? Did you say it was driving for dollars? And what about you, Jim Shorts? The deal that you have under contract. How'd you get that deal? Are you calling? Are you texting? Are you driving for dollars? Are you pulling lists? Interested to know. Tell me how you feel. I won't know how you feel till you tell me. Start singing for y'all too. One day. Someday soon. Y'all can't get all of that right now. Hey, Chris.
Hello?
Hi, I'm sorry. Is this Miss Callahan?
Wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Again, all these wrong numbers are to be expected because this is the first time I'm calling through this list. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I prefer to call through I'm gonna call through the list the first time, but my favorite time to call through the list is the second time through, because the first time through, you're just trimming all the fat. You're connecting with all the wrong numbers, and they're telling you the wrong number. You're getting rid of all the fax numbers. That way, when you call through the second time, all that fat is trimmed, and then you're just trying all those other numbers again for the second time. Hey, Maritza. And then the third time is like just as good as the second, but you're going to get a lower contact rate because you've likely already contacted a lot of the people in the first and second time calling through. And then really no point in calling after that. I mean, I think I'm calling through like 3 or 4 times, depending on how many numbers are attached to the properties. But after that, your contact rate drops off significantly, and it's almost not worth your time anymore to call through. You'd rather want to just get a new, fresh list in there and start from the beginning on that list. About yeah, and I really haven't branched out beyond that CWO. The list that I have queued up for campaigns are primarily driving for dollars, absentee owned. I got creative in that, and some of my lists for absentee owns are out of county, out of state, meaning that they live in a different state and they own this property in Houston. Some other stuff, zip codes by zip code, hot zip codes. And then I got like one vacant list in there. That was pretty much exactly what I'm talking about, with similar to pre-foreclosure. Everybody and their mother is pulling the vacant list, and everybody's marketing to those people, so they get pissed. Again, high level of motivation, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack. More so, it's finding like a piece of hay in a needle stack, because everybody who you're connecting with is rude. Love Live Nick. CWL, I got this one from Driver Dollars virtually. And the other deal in San Pedro I got from PPC ads. Oh, yeah. You're running PPC. Love Live Nick, is the outside of the house important when defining ARV? Um, do you mean the condition? Like the condition of the exterior? Because if so, then yes, um, it is. You have to consider like the roof, the siding, the landscaping. If you're wanting to factor that into repair costs as well, which I think is important in certain areas, you gotta have to have the property have some curb appeal. You can't have like a forest in the front yard, which is what a lot of these kind of properties do look like when they're in physical distress, especially like the ones that I have on my driving for dollars list. It's like a jungle in the front yard. You know what I mean? So you do have to factor that into in your offer price. But do you care? I'd like for you to elaborate a little bit if you could. What do you mean by the outside of the house? Did I answer your question there, or are you referring to something else? Love Live Nick too. I'm pretty sure I saw you on Brent Daniels' live stream on yesterday, and he answered one of your questions, and I remember your name. I watch the show every week myself. Hey, John.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, John. How's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Melbourne Street.
Yeah, I'm good. What about it?
Yeah. I just wanted to give you a quick call and wanted to see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered selling?
No, not this time, sir.
No.
Thank you, man.
Okay, completely understand. Appreciate you taking the call. You heard him in the beginning. Again, that's why I frame my script that way. I space it out in the beginning to allow them the opportunity to intervene. The second I mentioned the property, before I asked if he would sell it, I just mentioned, "Hey, I'm calling about a property that I think you own on this street," and he said, "Yeah, I'm good." You know what I mean? He already knew why I was calling, which is what I want because I don't want to have to waste my time to go through the rest of my script for him to tell me no. Hey, Jose.
Hello?
Hey, Jose. Hello. I would much rather them cut me off to tell me that they're not interested rather than me waste my time. You still on here, Nick? I'm really curious what you mean, and I hope that I answered your question. Um, when defining ARV. Oh, okay. Now that I reread your question, no, it's not. It's not in determining ARV. It's not important. Um, you just want to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. So if you mean the outside of the house, I mean, no, yeah, it doesn't matter. You just want to make sure that when you are finding quote unquote comparable properties, that you're comparing apples to apples. So if you have a 2-story house, you want to make sure that you're comparing it to a 2-story house. Um, if you have a property that sits on a certain lot size, you want to make sure that you're getting a comparable property with a very similar lot size. Hey, Jose.
Hello, how can I help you?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I have the right number here. Hopefully, you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on King Street.
Okay, yes, so you might have the wrong number.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
You're fine. Have a great day.
You too. But no, it's not important when determining your ARV. It is important in determining your MAO or your max allowable offer, because you do have to factor some of those things into the cost of renovation, unless you are in a disclosure state to the point where you can see how much properties are going for the cash sales, and then in that case, you don't even have to really do any formulas.
Bueno.
Hey, Miss Lopez. Hello? How do you calculate buy and hold properties? I was kind of talking about this earlier. It depends on what type of property. If you're talking single family residential properties that can be used as a buy and hold, you're still comping it the same way. You're still determining the ARV the same way, and you are still factoring in the cost of renovation the same way. But if you think it is a buy and hold play, meaning that like you think that the property will cash flow nicely because you're familiar with the rent in the area, and you know that it's going to be attractive to a buy and hold buyer at the price that you're wanting to sell it at or assign it at rather, then it just comes down to kind of marketing it that way. So let me place this on pause it. So what I would do is when I go to send out my marketing, when I go to blast it out on Facebook or through email, I would say something along the lines of, um, buy and hold opportunity, perfect buy and hold opportunity, rent rates in the area super high, far exceeds the 1% rule. That's what a lot of buy and hold investors are quickly looking at. If they're going to buy it at 100,000, they want to at least be able to rent it out for 1,000 a month. 100,000 all in too, considering the repairs. So if they need to put $50,000 into repairs and they can rent it out for 1,000 after all is said and done, they're going to want to buy that property at most 50,000. So if that's what you're talking about, then it just comes down to how you are marketing it and how you're framing your marketing behind trying to find a buyer. But if you're talking like commercial properties, like we were talking earlier, on how to actually calculate the cash flow and figure out if it's an attractive deal for an investor, that's a whole different story. That's not something that I'm necessarily familiar with, but I'm familiar enough to know that it's a whole different process. CWL, I need to get in contact with a code enforcement officer and try to get a hand on a code violation list for Texas when it comes to wholesale off market deals. They should be our best friends for sure. If you get in contact with the officer, please share that with me. I have not gone through the hassle of trying to find who I need to get in contact with, but for sure, they have all the lists. They have, if somebody, and what CWL, for people who aren't familiar with, there is one specific person, likely one specific person who works at the county who handles all of the code violation lists. They're a code enforcement officer. So they have the list of everybody who was put on notice that their grass has grown too long and they need to cut it. Or they've had this one window boarded up for the past 3 months and that's not okay with the city. It's bringing down the values of the home. So they're going to come and smack a code violation on their front door saying you need to fix that window ASAP. A fire damaged property that's just left there, same thing, code enforcement, slap it on. There's so many different ways where, or trash in the yard, a bunch of different reasons why somebody would get a code enforcement violation. And a majority of them likely point to motivation for the seller. Like all the kind of examples that I just said pretty much alludes to the fact that the seller may be motivated. And that's a type of list that you can't pull. You have to build that relationship with the code enforcement officer, and it should be free too. If you build that relationship with the code enforcement officer, they're willing to just give it to you as long as you're cool about it. And again, it's like really the way that I understand it is just one person, one specific person. So CWL, again, if you end up getting a hold of him or her in Houston, in Harris County or whatever the surrounding county, just so you know, CWL for future reference, since you're working the Houston market as well, I work 3 counties: Harris, Fort Bend, and Montgomery. So if you get a hold of the code enforcement officer for any of those counties and you're willing to share, please do. Nick says yes. I imagine that's in response to me asking if I answered your question, so I'm glad. What if the property has no rehab needing to be done? I don't factor it in. I would point to the fact that it's probably not a deal if it doesn't need any renovation, unless they're willing. Because the thing is, regardless of the condition of the property or the seller's situation or whatever is going on in the deal, the end buyer is going to want to buy the property and enter into ownership with a decent chunk of equity. So meaning that they're just going to want to buy it at some form of a discount. It could be brand new, but as an investor, I'm not buying retail properties. I'm buying them at a discount. So even buy and hold investors, you hear the whole 70% less repairs for fix and flips, up to 80% buy and hold. In this market, sometimes you'll find people go up to 90%, but nobody's going beyond that because they still need it at some type of a discount. If they didn't get it at a discount, they would just be sitting on Zillow all day buying properties for retail. You know what I mean? So there still needs to be some type of a deal there, meaning that there still needs to be some type of motivation for the seller that will prompt them to sell for at least somewhat of a discount. But in your case, if it is a buy and hold play and it is brand new, the place, no renovations, then yeah, that's probably the play to find a buy and hold investor because obviously you're not going to find a fix and flipper because there's nothing to fix. So, but I also would be wary. If I don't know if you've walked the property or what, but buyers or sellers are going to say that all the time. It doesn't need any work. It doesn't need any work. I still factor in some work, even if they say none. If they're renting it out to a tenant, I had somebody who's like, "Yeah, I mean, tenant's been in there for only 2 years, so as long as they haven't trashed the place," and I'm thinking to myself, they've probably trashed the place. You know what I mean? You got to take everything they say with a grain of salt. So, and again, I don't know your exact deal or situation, but just know that if it's only the seller telling you that there's no repairs that are needed, I would try to get to the bottom of that a little bit. Like, okay, so you're telling me that you replaced the roof within the last 5 years? You fully renovated the kitchen and bathrooms in the last 5 years? You put a fresh, brand new coat of paint within the last 1 to 2 years? You switched out the central AC unit in the last 3 to 5 years? So I would just get to the bottom of it and be sure that there's no repairs. I have a property that doesn't need any repairs. Rehab the house is rented out. Seller asking price 59, ARV 100. Rent is going for 72, 720. So let's see. If ARV is truly 100, and you're accurate in those numbers, I would offer in my market probably 40, 45. And that's me assuming $20,000 in repairs. Again, I'm assuming, but I also don't know what market you're working and don't know the buyer's like expectation of profit. But I'm assuming they're at least going to want, let's say, 20,000 in profit, and you want $10,000 in an assignment fee. If there's truly no repairs, then you could pay up to 62. But that's zero repairs. That is no repairs. South Bend, Indiana. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the market, so don't really know what buyers' expectations of profit are. But again, if it's literally zero repairs, you could also just play a buy and hold situation where you're just offering. I mean, if you could probably find somebody that goes upward of 80,000. But again, if it only rents for 720, then to work the 1% rule, a buyer, just quick math, they won't pay more than 72,000. So if you can get it for under that 72,000, I think you're good. But then again, I just want to stress this. That is if there's literally zero repairs. But I think if he's asking 59, I'd try to talk him down to something under 50. I'd maybe throw an offer out of like 35 to 40, see how he reacts or she reacts. If it's favorable and they're willing to negotiate and try to, give and take a little bit, try to come to an agreement somewhere in the middle around, just slightly under 50, maybe, you know what I mean? But work that. If that's their asking price without you guys already negotiating, hopefully they're willing to negotiate and come down on that price, something closer to 50. And then I do think it would be a deal. Do you typically exercise in the morning? That's a very interesting question, J-Lep. I'm debating about doing CrossFit every morning before work, but that means I have to wake up at 6 in the morning. I don't exercise in the morning. I hardly exercise at all. My dog, who you've seen, he's a little pitty, so he is a ball of energy, and he needs. You can't just take that guy on a walk. So I play tug with him pretty aggressively, and I honestly work up a sweat and get out of breath just playing tug with the guy. So I kind of take that as my own exercise. I'll hit some push-ups every once in a while, some squats. I do have a little gym at the bottom of my apartment complex, but it's really nothing crazy. But to answer your question, no. But that's something that I want to do. That's something that me and my old partner talk about often, is trying to start the morning off right. especially myself working the Houston market. I'm already 2 hours behind, so I need to be waking up earlier and getting all these calls earlier. Maybe seller finance, they can hold the note. Yeah, CWL Nick. CWL is speaking to you directly when he says that. If they own the property free and clear and there's no outstanding mortgage balance, then you can propose a seller finance where they don't get all of the money up front in one lump sum payment, but rather you put down an agreed upon down payment, and then you make payments agreed again. Well, the payments would be whatever it equates to based on your agreed upon interest rate and purchase price. But that is definitely an opportunity. That's a good point, CWL. If they own it free and clear, you can work that, and that will allow you to give them more money because you're not having to. That's the thing. There's a cost to cash. There's a cost to cash, meaning that if I'm going to pay you all this money right now, I got to get it lower than what it's actually worth. You know what I mean? But if you're willing to wait 7 to 10 years to get all this money, and I'm just paying you monthly, then I'll be able to pay you another 5, 10,000 on top of what I could pay you in cash. Yes, asked for 40, and he said no because he did all the renovations before he rented it out. He is a contractor. Ask him if there's any wiggle room. I think 59 is too high, but again, I don't want to tell you that like it's Bible because I don't know your market and I don't know again really what the place looks like. He said his house is already discounted and he knows rent can go for 800 per month. He owes it free and clear, no mortgage. Yeah, so that's something else you kind of gotta battle, right? He says that it could go for 800. I would do a little bit market research. What's that? Go on rentometer.com. Put in your zip code right in the comment section. I'll pull it up and try to get you like an average of. But let me put this in the comment section too, just see. I'll use this rentometer.com, and that'll kind of give you an understanding generally of what rents can go for in your market. But then you got to think, well, you're only charging this person $720. Like, are you just is your end buyer just gonna increase the rents to 800 when they take it over, or are they gonna have to evict this tenant, turn it over, and then get new tenants in there at that rate? And then my question to him would be, why aren't you renting it for that much if that's how much you can rent for? Yeah, I need more information. Sorry, Nick. I didn't realize that it's not just the zip code, but use that right there. You put in your address and then like how many beds and baths is on that house, and then you can pull it up. Let's just assume it's 2 beds, 1 bath. I guess you don't need the full. No, yeah, you need the full address. So I don't want you to type it in here and disclose your deal. But go ahead, go into rentometer.com and put that stuff in. Yeah, and you'll be able to see kind of a general understanding. But yeah, if you want to, I don't know how educated you are on seller finance, but that is a play here as well. If he's willing to take the payments over time as opposed to just one lump sum cash offer. I'm back on the dial here. Sounds like it's there though, Nick. It sounds like it's close. I don't think he's wrong in saying that is a discounted rate. Huh? Yeah. Hey, Antonio. Oh, I hate this.
Farmers Insurance.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I dialed the wrong number here. Whatever. Sounds like it's there though, Nick. I wish I could help a little bit more knowing the market, and without you disclosing the address, I'd be able to comp it to see if your ARV is accurate. But I don't even want to ask you to put your address in here, only because this video is going to be posted publicly after the live session, and I don't want you to get cut out or anything like that. You know what, too? That sounds like a very specific asking price. It almost seems like there's a reason as to why he's asking that number. Hey, Lewis.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, this is a bit random, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Palmyra Street.
It's on sale, the house.
Okay. Completely understand. While I have you, would you happen to have any others you might consider selling at the moment?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I appreciate you taking the call.
Okay.
Bye now. $66 left on the list. Take me like 5-10 minutes to get through, and then I may switch gears to hitting some follow-ups. Seems like this was a good number of lines to dial on. I'm dialing on 3 lines right.
Hello?
Hey, is this Miss Liao?
Hello?
Hi there. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I have the right number. Hopefully, you can help me out. I was looking for the owner of a property on Melbourne Street.
Yes?
Yeah, my name is Derek. I just wanted to give you a quick call and wanted to see if you would ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered
Well,
selling?
it belongs to my daughter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
You think she would
Thank
have any
you.
interest?
I don't know. Hold on. Hello?
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hi there. Am I speaking with Miss Liao's daughter?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Derek. I was just giving you a call about what sounds to be your property over on Melbourne Street. Just wanted to give you a quick call and see if you would ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever considered selling?
Not at the moment.
Okay. All right. Completely understand. Appreciate you taking the call.
All right, thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
The only reason I didn't ask if she would be interested in the future is because I thought she was hanging up, but all good. If they say not at the moment, it's one of two things. One, they really would possibly consider an offer in the future, but for the most part, it's just them wanting to let you down easy. Yeah, I haven't even gone through my script today. Got a bunch of calling through like 500-600 people too. Hello?
Hello, I'll ask the traffic.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I think I got the wrong number here.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. Excuse me.
You gave him fresh food too.
Yes.
Did you see him okay?
I'm just texting you back right now. Why? Is there something in there? Or
What?
why? Is there still food in this bowl? Or
There was just like half a serving that he had half eaten. I didn't know from last night or today, and he wanted to eat. He just ate the rest.
no, yeah, it's from this morning. Hey, James?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, James?
Yeah.
James, how's it going? This is Derek. And I know this is a bit random, but I was calling you about a property I believe you own on East Cross Timber Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick call and wanted to see if you'd ever consider an offer on your property there. You ever
Yeah, I
considered
got an offer on it for $1.25 million. Turn it down.
$1.25 million, you said? That's the magic number?
That's the last number I got. I'm gonna turn it down. We got two pieces of property here. Neither one of them are for sale right now.
Okay. Completely understand. You think in the near future you'd be interested in selling any of them?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
We've been here 56 years, and I don't see us leaving now because I have a shop here and everything.
All right. Well, I completely understand, and I appreciate you taking the call.
All right.
Said $1.25 million. Yeah, right. Any hot leads last few days? Man, nothing too hot. I was getting some good ones last week that I'm gonna follow up with. That's what I'm gonna do. So I got 50 more properties to dial through right here, which will only take me a minute, but I'm gonna switch over to some follow-ups in a second. I got some pretty good follow-up leads that you'll probably be familiar with once I pull them up and read through the notes that I left for myself. Nothing too crazy this week though. No, made an offer on a property yesterday. It wasn't even really a serious offer. Yeah, nothing too crazy this week. That's why I wanted to get this new list in here, hoping that I'd be able to generate something. But it's all good as long as I stay consistent. Nothing to really worry about. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Hernandez.
Give me that.
Hey, this is Derek. Sorry, I know this is a bit random here, but I was.
Español now?
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. Another Spanish speaker. Keep it pushing. I was gonna say, you know what I mean? It's inevitable. If I'm calling through 500 properties a day, I mean, I got a lot of no's today. That's for damn sure. And typically, what I find, and I've said this before, like 1 out of every like 50 contacts is like pretty good lead for me. So I don't know how many contacts I've made today. Again, I can only see once I finish. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I might as well just finish it off. I will always love dogs. What's going on? Just finished cold calling. Thanks for the motivation. Of course. Hey, man. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. You're doing all the work. You know what I mean? Motivation starts inward. Glad that I, can help you out though. That's not lost on me. So, of course. But again, the work was on you. I didn't do the work for you. You did it yourself. So, make sure to celebrate yourself as well. How'd the session go? Any favorable conversations? don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, because I'm only dialing 3 lines. I was like, why is it taking so long? I don't know if you heard me. I will always love dogs. If you're comfortable telling me your first name, please feel free to drop that in the comment section as well. I'd love to just address you by that. But if not, I understand. Oh, here we go. Few hang-ups. 1 call me back next week and 2 no's. Nice. 1 call me back next week is fire. Are you hand dialing? That's what it sounds like, just for the amount of quantity that it sounds like you're doing, amount of volume. That's great though. That's good shit right there. Getting those no's. That's like a rite of passage. You know what I mean? Getting on the phone with somebody, asking if they want to offer on their property, and then telling you no. I don't know if I can be friends with anybody who hasn't done that already. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, is Robert?
No, wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm hand dialing until I get my first deal. Nice. Although I
sorry I missed your call.
Although I will say, if you have the budget to hit the dialer, I would recommend it. Makes the world of a difference. You know, your few hangups, 1 call me back next week and 2 no's. That sounds like maybe you were dialing for like 30 minutes ish. If you were using a dialer in that same time frame, you would have gotten twice the results. Please do post the video about the contracts. Yeah, that's my fault, J-Lub. Got about 40 stops left though. That was the voicemail. I will do the contract. I promise. I use Vumber for now. I'm not familiar with that. Until I get Mojo Dialer. Yeah, nice. The only reason I say that is because I did the same exact thing. Me and my old partners did the same exact thing. We were hand dialing as a means to, keep the budget down in terms of like monthly expenses. But then we were like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it. And we did it. And I'm telling you, it makes the world of a difference. You won't ever realize until you do it for the first time. Hop on a triple line dialer. So, and it's hands free. Like your hands aren't cramping up because of all the numbers you're typing in. Well worth it. But if you don't have the budget, understand, hand dial by all means. First name is Muhammad. All right, Muhammad. What's going on, bro? Hey, Alejandro.
IBS.
Hello.
IBS.
Hi, is this Miss Lopez?
Lopez?
I'm sorry, I may have the wrong number here.
You do.
All right. What's Vumber? Is that a typo right there, Mohammed, or is that some type of software I'm not familiar with? Vumber. The way that you're talking about it, it sounds like maybe like a soft phone, like Google Voice, where you can use a different number. Is that what that is? All right, 11 more properties here. Yeah, it's like Google Voice. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, cool. That's all you need. Just know that you're going to have to recycle through that number because it will get flagged. Hello? 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 because when you're dialing, when you're dialing as much as you're getting ready to dial, which is a lot, because I know that you're motivated, that number is gonna get marked spam. It's gonna get flagged spam sooner rather than later. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, is this Mr. Benario?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? This is Derek. Sorry, I know it's a bit random here, but I was calling about a property I believe you own on Zelma Drive.
No, that's my sister's house, and they're not looking to sell.
Gotcha. Completely understand. While I have you, would you or anybody else you happen to know have any property they'd be interested in selling at the moment?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you taking the call.
No worries.
Have a good one. So just be kind of aware of that, Mohammed, that you will have to recycle that number sooner rather than later once you start pumping the numbers. And try to, I mean, it'll take a while if you're calling like at that volume that you just mentioned. It'll take a while before it gets flagged as spam, but just know, if it ever feels kind of funny to you, like, man, I'm calling so many numbers, but I haven't gotten somebody pick it up in like a while. Just know that it's probably because your number was flagged as spam. I'm not familiar with Vumber. Maybe it even tells you when it gets flagged as spam. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, is Mr. Tawana?
No, sir. He's not here. May I take a message?
Sure. My name is Derek. Just wanted to connect with him real quick. And I was calling about a property I believe you own on Spence Street. And just wanted to see if you would consider an offer on his property there.
He's not interested. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, man.
I would bet big money that was the gentleman I was looking for. Which is why I frame it like I have framed it. I almost frame it assuming that I am talking to that person. I just go through my pitch anyway. I was looking to get a hold of him, aka you, to see if you know what I mean. Like, how is he going to say that he's not there and then answer on his behalf whether or not there is any interest in selling? Well, I mean, I guess it could be a family member or something, but again, I would have bet big money that was Mr. Tawana. All right, last property that it's dialing. Oof. I wanna feel between. All right, boom. That's that list. I think I'm gonna let it dial for a second just in case there is one more property. It says there's one more property to dial through. I just like it when it says 0. Okay. All right. Boom. I'm gonna come over here and look at the stats for today. Calls today. Well, let's see if I can. Well, calls today, 852. I'm doing the math myself, so bear with me. 996, 1,261 calls today. 1,261. Of those, about 61, 67, 72 of them were humans. Yeah, so my abandon rate sat anywhere between 20 and 30%. On that last list that I called, I had 17 people abandoned because I was not on the line to talk with them when they picked up, which is high in my opinion. 30% of people, 3 out of 10 people who answered, I was not there to talk to them. And then let's see. Let me run a report. Agent performance for today. So here we go. So it's saying, where's the contact? 18 contacts I made on the day. That sounds about right. 29 wrong numbers. 16 no contacts. 18 contacts. That's it. Sheesh. I guess that's what I get for kind of talking to you guys at the same time. But let me come over here and see. I got a few people I can follow up with today. So let me see. Calendar events. Filter. Give myself the date range. So I got a few people here. That I'm going to call through. Patrick is his guy's name. Spoke with him in August. Not interested in selling because it sounds like his tenants are looking to buy it. Putting this on a 3-month follow-up to track the tenant's progress on moving forward. So I am hitting this one on time. It's been about 3 months since we last spoke. Haven't run comps or anything like that on this place. I'm going to log back in a prop stream just so I don't go to run comps and then it's not even open. Close out of some of these other tabs too. Oh, come on. There we go. It's listed owner occupied, although he says he had a tenant in there when I spoke with him last. Let me say residential, single family. I'm just quickly running comps. Built in 1972. I'll put the minimum of 60, maximum of 80. 1856 square feet. I'll put maximum 1600, or sorry, minimum 1600, maximum 1100 or 2100. Which gives us 7 that sold in the last year. Very close. All of them very close to us. Let's see. This first comp, oh no, only some of them actually sold. These are almost all rentals. So this one is 0.2 of a mile away. Sold for $281, 3.2. I'm not sure how many beds ours has. So let's just assume that it is 3. Pretty much same square feet with a slightly bigger lot. This one sold back in February for $281, same year built. This one sold for $300 in July, 4.2. Again, let's just go ahead and assume that ours is 3. So assuming that that one sold for $300, I'll say ours is going to sell for $285. This one has just slightly bigger square footage. I wouldn't actually make any difference to it. Same size lot, same year built. So I say ours is $285. This other one sold for $313 just last month. 4.2. Let's say ours sells for $300. This one does have 250 square feet bigger though. 300. I'd call it what did I say? 275. Slightly bigger lot for us. 275. I call it 275 to the 285. I'll call it 280. 280 ARV. Estimated value on PropStream is 268. On Zillow, the Zestimate is I said 280. Zestimate is, if my screen loads, 256. I'm pretty confident at the 280 ARV. My offer price would likely be somewhere in the ballpark of for this place, it being 1,800 square feet, anywhere between 135 and 135 and 195. I could probably go upwards of 200. As our MAO. That's taking everything into consideration. So I'm gonna give this guy a call real quick. See if he picks up. See if he's given any more thought. See if the tenant has in fact moved forward with buying the place. I would bet big money that they have not. One, because the tenant never buys the place, and two, because I can see that he still is on title. So I know that the tenant hasn't bought the place. I will call and assume that I don't know that, but I know.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 281.
I have stopped leaving voicemails, and I'm honestly pretty hesitant to even call off my Google Voice number because this is my quote unquote cell phone, and the more follow ups I make on it, the more likely that I'm going to connect with people, even though they told me to call them back. I'm pretty much only calling people back when they told me to call them back. But even then, you know, from the time where they told me to call them back to when I actually call them back, they may be getting 5 phone calls a day, and now they just think I'm one of those other people, and they get pissed that I call them when they're not interested. I told you I'm not interested. Well, no, a couple months ago you told me to follow up with you, and then they'll mark your, flag your number as spam or whatever. So called, did not leave voicemail. I will set this on a weekly follow up for now. I'll try him for the next 4 weeks. If I don't get a hold of them within the next month, I'll start pushing it out bi-weekly for like two to four more times. If I don't get a hold of them after a few more months, I'll push it out monthly, so on and so forth, just so I'm not wasting my time calling through to these people. But I still want to keep in touch just in case. I heard a story. I forget on which podcast or what. I was listening to something, but yesterday, and they were saying how it was Brent Daniels' podcast. He was there. His guests were talking about how his cold caller or his lead manager, or whatever you want to call it, the person who's following up with these leads, called the seller for 2 years and never got a hold of her. Never actually spoke with her on the phone. Well, they probably spoke the initial time on the initial cold call, and then the same situation like I'm talking about. She probably told her, "Oh, not interested right now, but yeah, you can follow up." And for 2 years, this caller followed up with this woman and never got her back on the phone. And then again, 2 years goes by, and then the owner of the wholesaling company gets texted by this seller, and the seller says, "Hey, your caller, the member on your team has been calling me for 2 years. I'll be honest, I never answered the phone, but she would leave me voicemails, and it would always remind me that, hey, I probably should sell this. And now I'm ready. 2 years later, I'm ready to sell. And I just wanted to point that out because your caller is amazing. She's phenomenal. The fact that she continued following up with me, even though I never gave her the time of day. So hearing that, it's like, wow, that is all I need to hear to follow up with people constantly. Follow up with him. Okay, so this is one that I was actually interested in having. So this is what I was going to talk. JLep, if you're on here, you might have been on the live stream when I connected with this woman the first time. I spoke with her daughter. Yvette is her name. Andrea is the mother's name that's on title. She mentioned that this is her mom's property and that her and her siblings are deciding what to do with their mom. As horrible as that sounds, but they will either move her in with one of the siblings or into a care home, a facility, and then decide if they're going to sell the property or have somebody move into it, being one of the siblings. Yvette is the oldest sibling and plans to have lunch with her brothers and sisters and her mother in 2 weeks. She will present them with this option, and then Derek plans to reconnect in 3-ish weeks if he hasn't heard back. I connected with her on the 28th of October, so it's been about 3 weeks now. And I'm going to give her a call, see if she had that conversation with her siblings and kind of what they were thinking. So I'm going to give her a call right now, 832. Look at that, even got a number saved. Try to save the names just in case people call me back. I know it's important. Hi, Yvette.
Yes.
Yvette, how's it going? This is Derek. Not sure if
Sorry.
Hey, this is Derek. I'm not sure if you recall. We had spoke about 3 weeks ago in regards to your mother's property over on Twin Oak Street.
Yes, Derek.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I just wanted to round back. I know the last time we spoke, you were letting me know that you and your siblings were kind of still up in the air about the plans for the property and also kind of where your mother was going to go when you guys decided to relocate her. Sounded like you guys were going to have lunch, so I just wanted to round back, see if you guys were able to have that conversation and if kind of any decisions were being made.
Actually, not at this time. They decided that they're not gonna. She's gonna just go ahead and stay at the house.
Okay.
We found. We right now, as of right now, we did find someone who's going to watch her for us. And
Oh,
we're gonna
okay.
take it. We're gonna take one thing at a time to see how well she does with the caregiver. If we feel that the caregiver is not gonna be able to do her part in watching her at all,
Mm-hmm.
then that's when we'll make that decision.
Yeah, completely understand that. That makes sense, and hopefully, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you as well. Hopefully, that situation works out. That sounds like it's probably most convenient for everybody. So,
Right. Yes. So we're just gonna give her a chance to see how things go.
hmm
But then too, Derek, if nothing happens, then I do have your number and I do have it programmed
perfect.
in my phone just in case anything. If we ever change our mind, again, you'll be the first one that I will call to see what we can do to see what how we can tell the house.
Yeah. Perfect. And that's all I ask. When it comes up and the time is right for you, to give me a ring. And I was gonna ask if it's appropriate, and if you don't mind, I'd love to kind of just stay in contact regardless and see how you guys are doing. If I can maybe follow up every 6 or so months just to check in.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
All right. Perfect. So I'll do that. I'll kind of pencil you in just to kind of follow up every so often, check in, see how you guys are doing, and we can talk then.
Okay, that'll work.
All right. I appreciate you taking the call, Yvette, and I will talk to you soon.
All right, so take care, man.
You as well.
All right, bye-bye.
Good conversation. I like that conversation. It's obviously I didn't get a contract signed, but you heard what she said at the end of the phone call, and as what I said, that's all I ask. Pencil me in, take down my phone number, save the name. You heard her say she's already programmed me in. I make a point to tell people to save my number, and here is my name, and this is how you spell it. That way, when I give you a call, I don't catch you off guard. So you can tell we've already built rapport. We've hit it off. When they're ready to sell, they will sell to me, and they will likely hopefully trust, anything that I kind of throw their way. And that's why you got to operate ethically as well to build these relationships with these people, not to take advantage of them, but to offer the best solution for their problem. And again, if you heard there, what's happening is the mother is growing older. She's falling, out of good health, and their game plan was either move her into a care home or move her into one with one of the siblings. But instead, what they decided is just keep her put in the property and get a caregiver in there. And it sounds like they're gonna just try that out, see how the caregiver does. Often I hate to say it, but oftentimes caregivers don't exceed expectations. People think that they're gonna go in there and take great care of their mother, but then they realize what kind of care they're actually taking. Like that, what they're actually doing to take care of their mother, and then they realize, like, wait, we need some real professionals. She needs 24 hours around the clock type of attention, which she'll only be able to get if we one pay somebody to live there 24 hours, which may be the case for this person that they're hiring, or we just need to move her into a facility where there is all of the resources available to get her the level of care that she needs. And I also hate to say this, please don't judge me. This is just part of the game, but life goes on, and we're only getting older. Again, I hate to frame it like that, but at one point in time, they will likely want to sell this property, and whether it be when their mother moves out of the home into a care home or in with one of the siblings, or heaven forbid she passes away. You know what I mean? And this is just one where I gotta continue following up with. And again, we built a relationship. She's cool as all hell. Um, she's somebody who I'm willing to just give a call and chop it up with her every 6 months just to see how she's doing. You know what I mean? And that's really what I plan on doing. Obviously, she will tell me when she's gonna be ready to sell the property. I no longer have to push. I'm not gonna call and say, "Hey, have you thought about selling the property? Is how's your mom doing? Is the caregiver doing a good job?" Like, I'll probably ask that, but more so just out of curiosity, like, "Yeah, how are things going? How is your mom doing? What about your siblings?" Maybe try to learn a little bit more about her family because I really don't. It's pretty surface level right now, although it may seem like we've been friends for a while. Um, I do want to build a little bit more of a relationship. What's your game plan for tomorrow? Same old stuff. Same old stuff. Probably hop on the dialer. It's going to be another heavy dialing day. Dialing and follow up. Let me leave this note real quick. Spoke with Yvette. She let me know that her and her siblings have decided to get a caregiver in with her mom, and she will be staying put in the property for the foreseeable future. She let Derek know that she has saved his number and that he will be the first one she calls when it is the right time for them. Also, I want to point out that time kills all deals. So it's very clear that I'm the only one talking with her. You know what I mean? She's not, and I just want that to remain the case until the time comes for her to sell, because she really will call me. I'm the person that she's going to sell the property to. Unless other people come around and hit off a relationship more so than I have. First one to call him, Derek received permission to follow up every 6 months or so. I'm actually going to follow up probably in 3 months, because if the caregiver doesn't end up working out, they will likely know sooner rather than later. I'm going to say 3-month follow up. How is her mother and the caregiver doing? How is she doing and her siblings? Follow up with her in like late February, maybe mid-February. I'm trying to be more aggressive with the follow-ups, not kick the can down the road too far. But J-Leb, what's my game plan for tomorrow? Similar to today, hop on the dialer. I'm only gonna text Monday and Tuesday, and then all whatever comes in, I'll respond to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But for the most part, outgoing texts, gonna limit that to Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday just strictly dialers and follow up. So I'll probably do something very similar tomorrow. Hop on the dialer, call through some lists, and then hit my follow ups. Built solid connection with her for sure. I will always love dogs, Muhammad. For sure. I love that. That's like all I want to hear. That almost like is just as satisfying to hear compared to getting a contract signed. When somebody says that, I got you saved my number and you'll be the first one. And some people will say that like just to shoo you off the phone, but it was very evident to me that she was being forthright. She was honestly saying, "Hey, when we sell, I'm going to call you," and I can hear that in her voice that she was serious. So that makes me feel some type of way. I'm glad. So, and it's like you're saying, the connection. That's what is going to. You hear people all the time say it, people are going to sell or buy from people they trust and like. So I think she likes me, and it sounds like she's trusting me, or at least starting to. So, and I've built that and able to factor that in because I'm not pushing. I'm not calling her, "Oh, what? You don't want to sell right now?" As people will. Other people in this exact situation where she said, "We're going to get a caregiver in there," other wholesalers might have been like, "Oh, are you sure? Like, even it doesn't matter how much I offer you," like completely disregarding the fact that her mother is ill and needs health care. Like, you heard what I said. Hey, I hope that works out. That seems to be the most convenient for everybody. So, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. And, I want to solve the problem. I don't want to buy the house. I want to solve the problem. The problem is her mother and her health. They have come to a conclusion as to how they can solve it. who am I to tell them that that was the incorrect decision? This next person, Irma. Oh, I'm just gonna delete this guy. It's not even a lead. This is the guy. I got on the phone with him, and he was like, "Oh, well, I still want to run comps. I'm just gonna push this out till like this weekend that I can do it. This isn't even a call that I'm setting for myself. It's more so a task. I just want to run comps." I got on the phone with this guy. It's just a lot of land, and he was like cursing me out, but he is interested, and he was cursing me out in the regards to like, don't make me some fucking low offer. I've been contacted by all types of assholes who offer me this, and I'll sell it for 100,000. He said he's been offered anywhere between 40 and 80, I believe, and not accepted it. So he wants 100. I think that's out of the price range. He says the house isn't worth anything and it will sell for a lot of value. Kept saying things like, "I'm not stupid, just make me an offer." He said he'd sell for 100. So that's not somebody who I'm really desperately trying to get on the phone with. Oh, but this is a good one. So this is the gentleman who, if you watch I think I talked with this guy last week. Yeah, exactly a week ago. He said he just decided to sell last week. His ex-wife lives there with his daughter, but his name is on the deed. It never flooded. Everything else needs to be replaced. So it's a full gut remodel. Ex-wife has missed a few payments, so they're falling behind on the payments. They owe about 35 on the mortgage. Says he wants to walk with 80 after the note is paid off. So he wants about, oh, no. He said 50. Said things like, "This is just the beginning of me talking to people, so not sure if I even want 80,000. I got him to throw that number out. Derek said that he would call in a week to give him time to speak with his daughter, and that would give Derek enough time to run his numbers to give him the very best offer. So I'm going to do that. Quick run some comps on this to determine if that was a good price. I know it's probably a good price. This is the area, the exact area where I did my first deal, so I am familiar with the area. He's owned it for 20 years. He says he's also sold. He has sold properties similarly, so he's familiar with the process. I started listing off the benefits, like we can pay cash, and he was like, yeah, I know. I've sold properties before, so I know how you guys are looking to buy them. I got 6 comps in the area. One, 2, 3. Okay, let's see. Most recently sold was back in June of this year for 208,000. Same beds, bath, 200 square feet smaller. So ours could probably sell for 225. Their lot is smaller as well. So I'd say right now ARV is like 225 based on that comp. This other one back in June sold for 217. Same beds, bath, 100 square feet smaller. So ours could sell for probably 227. Slightly bigger lot and a bit newer. So I think 220 is probably good on that one. Another one, 180. 5.2. This one must have been sold as is. Next one, 195 back in April, 4.3 to 275. Oh gosh, I hate this. Yeah, that's why I like to look at the more recently sold ones, because the appreciation in the market nowadays has just been going crazy. So it's almost not worth my time looking at these ones that sold, more than 6 months ago. Yeah, see, this one sold as is. I just pulled it up on Redfin. I'm looking at some pictures. It's not a rehab. It's not in horrible shape though, but it's for sure not a flip. So that one sold. Yeah, it would have just been like an average rehab, probably, even leaning towards the light rehab. So what did that one sell for? That one sold for 180. Yeah. So I'll call ARV 220 just to play it safe. 230 is the estimate here on Prop stream, the estimate is because if it is around that 230 mark, I think I may be being a little bit too conservative. 219 is the estimate. I'll call it 225. Again, looking at this one comp, sold for 217, 100 square feet smaller. I could sell for 227. Their lot is bigger by like 800 square feet. Not that big of a deal. 5 years newer. 227. Yeah, I mean, I'll call it 225. Just to try to push it a little bit, but nothing crazy, right? 225 0.92 is what I do. Minus, I like to do 40 nowadays, which is taking into account the buyer profit and my assignment fee. Less repairs, so 167. He said it needs to be fully gutted and remodeled. The place is 1,900 square feet, so I'd say it's going to need about 80,000 in repairs. So I'm going to try to get it under 87. He said 80. I think that's probably where I'm going to go, and try to bring him down a little bit off the 80 to just really maximize the assignment fee on this one. Lala, what's going on? Hi, hope all's well. Hope you're doing good too. We've been missing you. We've been needing that female presence in the chat. How you doing? How's the wholesaling going? We've been celebrating some successes in here without you. I was wondering when you send out SMS, what do you say? I tried yesterday, but didn't go well. Let's see. I'm going to pull that script up in a second. I say along the lines of, hey, first name, question mark. Have you considered parting ways with address? Can we talk about it? Question mark. You got to play around with it though. It's so many different factors involved in that. Is one, you don't want to, and I say that in my script, but please just try to make it your own, because what's going to happen is 100 different people are going to watch this, and I got that script from somebody else and I tweaked it a little bit, but the tweaking needs to happen, or else the phone carriers are going to pick up on the fact that not only, are they avoiding all of these blacklisted words like out of the blue, random, interested, property. These words are flagged by the carriers as spam. So that's why I say what I say, to try to avoid getting flagged as spam. But then what's going to happen is everybody's going to try to use these same words to avoid it. And then they're going to start adding these words to the blacklist. So parting ways, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So you got to be creative. You got to mess around with it. And you got to throw it out in a big enough sample size where you're able to assess whether or not it's working. You know what I mean? So don't just send off 100 texts using one script, and then when you get 10 responses, don't tell yourself, oh, this isn't the good script. Send off maybe 1,000 or 2 before you make that determination, and then stack that up against the script and send the new script off to 1,000 or 2, so that you have a decent sample size to actually make that determination. You know what I mean? It's one thing, because there's so many different factors in texting. I tried yesterday. All things has been going okay. Good to hear. Do you do bulk SMS or manual? Bulk. I do bulk, and my software is automated. So I'll add them to the campaign on Monday. On Monday, they will get that initial text as well as a ringless voicemail 3 minutes later if they don't reply, which says something like, hey, I just left you a text. Just wanted to know if you had any interest in selling that property there. Let me know if you do, yada, yada. If they don't reply to that, then day 2, I send another text and ringless voicemail. If they don't reply to that, day 3, I send them a text. And then after day 3, I start to taper it off. Like 5 days later, I text them. 7 days later, I'll text them. And then 10 days later, I'll text them. And then if they don't reply to any of those, I will compile all those people, and then I will push those over to my dialer so that I can try calling them, because maybe that's just their preferred method of being marketed to. What software do you use? I'm so hesitant to share it. I'm so hesitant. And I'll tell you why. Because I joined a coaching program, and my coach had shared it with us. And my coach is intentionally only sharing it with us and not blasting it like on his social media, because he just doesn't want it. I'm just going to share it with you guys. You guys are my subscribers. It's REI Reply, as in real estate investing reply. REI Reply. You do have to sign up and use Twilio. So Twilio is a way to just buy batch leads. I've heard good things about batch leads too. I used batch leads in the beginning when I first tried texting before I let it go, and now I'm revisiting it. But batch leads cost 3 cents per text. If you use Twilio and in kind of conjunction with REI Reply, the texts are 0.0075 cents. So you can send off 4 times as many texts through this platform as you'd be able to in batch leads for the same price. Speaking of, I just got a text back. If you're an investor, I don't want to sell it to you because you're just going to pay 25% of the actual market price. I may reply to him. Would you ever create a website? Absolutely. Absolutely. I just don't. That's kind of probably for me on the back burner. Something that I will probably do like as the cherry on top. But I want to just be perfecting the marketing channels that I'm entering into, like cold calling. To answer that kind of a little bit better, I am going to build out a cold calling team and have a few employees and perfect the texting team as well. If that's a different hire or whatever, I'm going to do that before I start venturing off into different marketing. Like I waited to get into texting after I did a few deals through cold calling. I'm going to do the same thing for every other marketing channel. I'm not going to expand unless I have perfected the marketing channel that I just implemented. So, and then building a website and driving paid traffic to it is probably the last one that I'm going to do. I may build a website just for the sake of having like a digital business card, but likely won't really push traffic to it unless somebody asks, do you have a website? That way I can give it to them. I had a website for a while. I have a domain because that's my email, but under construction is what it'll say if you try to type it in. Okay, I tried batch leads. I know batch leads, some of the numbers come up as spam. Interesting. As in well, this is like a whole other story, but batch leads, I just watched this. What I recommend is going to Brent Daniels' YouTube channel. He's great and educating. He went live yesterday morning with a support member from Batch Leads, and she explained all of the changes that are happening in the realm of cold calling and texting because TCPA, violations are becoming more and more prevalent. They're cracking down. The phone carriers are cracking down on these solicitations. So there's ways around it. You're going to have to register your business is what it sounds like. So you're going to need an LLC or at least a tax ID, an EIN, an employer identification number, to be able to like be in good standing with the phone carriers. So I haven't run into that issue yet, but I'd imagine that I will fairly soon because it's happening. It's slowly being rolled out. Everybody's going to have to jump on board. And it's one of those things where it's going to be like sink or swim. You either just stop texting altogether or you jump through the little hoops that they're setting up for you so that you can get to the other side and be one of the few people who did and have that as an advantage. I have an LLC, so LLC. Okay, great. Yeah, you know what I mean? And I'm going to recommend this book. This is like one of my favorite books. What is it? It's called The Dip by Seth Godin. I recommend this book. I think the form is called 10C. It's 10 DLC is what it is. It's a 10-digit long code. But yeah, you're right. You're right on board. That's exactly it. But the dip is what I was referring to, is what this is essentially creating with all of these new regulations being added. Is they're setting up a barrier. The concept behind the dip is that professional athletes, anybody who is the best in the world at what they do, they went through the dip and came out on the other side. And the dip is perfect for people who aspire to be the best in the world at their craft, because whenever a majority of the people who experience the dip, that's when they quit. And there wouldn't be high paid athletes, there wouldn't be professional snowboarders, there wouldn't be the best of the best unless there was some type of a dip where all of the inexperienced people, all the people who don't have the motivation to become the best in the world, that's when they quit. So this essentially is the dip. They're creating a dip, and a lot of people are just going to stop texting because they don't want to have to jump through the hoops. But if you're willing to jump through the hoops and come out on the other side, you're gonna be in a smaller group of people who did that. Compared to before they implemented this. So I plan on doing it. Yeah. I've always loved dogs. Yeah, I did that already. Even Vumber asked for it. One was sending text. Oh, the 10 DLC thing? Mohammed, is that what you're referring to? I've never actually talked with somebody who's gone through it, so I'm interested to know. I was running numbers on this though. Oh wait, 87. So let me call this guy. See what's going on. I'm gonna text this other person back who texted me back because he's expecting that I'm gonna offer him 25%, which I wouldn't, unless his place was really bad shape. But I'll take a look and see kind of what his expectations are there. That's somebody who I in my opinion deserves a text back. 4 hours of streaming. I see you, bro. I know I'm going crazy today. I started early. Let me give this guy a call. Let me just make sure I'm calling the right number. I dialed it in and it popped up as a dental office as the caller ID once it started dialing out. So let me just make sure that I typed that in correctly. Yep. Maybe he works at a dentist's office. Maybe he's a dentist.
Hello?
Hey, Robert.
Who's this?
Hey, this is Derek. Not sure if you recall, we spoke last week in regards to your property over on Huckleberry Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to round back. I know when we last spoke, you were wanting to speak with your daughter to kind of put a game plan in place and see what the next move would be. I just wanted to round back, see if you guys had the opportunity to talk about it. I'm sorry?
But right now, I'm sitting on the exhaust on my bike, okay? As soon as I get more about it, I can call you back, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm working right now on my bike.
Oh, okay.
Back on, and I'll get with you when I get back to my daughter, more with it.
Sure. When do you think I can expect the call?
I've been throwing out other people wanting that house too, so. Okay. I appreciate your time. I really do. Thank you for calling.
Of course. I look forward to talking to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's somebody who I'm going to follow up with. His situation is too bad to just let him. I'll call you. Yeah, okay. So what's going to happen when your ex-wife continues not making the payments on the property and then you get foreclosed on? Hate to say it, hate to frame it that way, but yeah, that's what's happening. So he doesn't have the luxury of just kicking the can down the road. He doesn't have that luxury. He has to sell it sooner, or he will have to sell it sooner or later. So I'll call him in. I'll call him in 2 weeks. He was working though, so I'll take note of that. Connected with seller. He was at work, said he hadn't spoken with his daughter yet about plans for the property, said he would call Derek once they spoke, also mentioned that multiple people are interested in this property, which is exactly why I'm not going to just wait for him to call me. That doesn't make sense. That's it. And then in my follow-up note, I'll say call after typical business hours to try to catch him after work. Has he spoken with his daughter and come up with a game plan? In 2 weeks. Kind of like the first of the month, second of the month. All my follow-ups for today on the dialer. I'm gonna hop over to this texting software to see if I got anything shaken over there. Oh yeah, and I want to reply to that one text. They were asking for my company name and EIN number. If not, they were going to stop me from texting. Yep, that's what it sounds like. The workaround for that, Lala specifically, is what Batch Leads offers. I don't know if any other texting software offers this, but since you're buying your numbers through batch leads, I'd imagine, the workaround to not have to do this is you text off of a 1-800 number. So in all transparency, your delivery rate and your contact rate is going to decrease significantly if you're texting off of a 1-800 number as opposed to a local area code. But that is what based off of what I understood in the live stream that I watched yesterday. It seems to me that that is the only workaround is to use toll-free numbers, 1-800 numbers. But again, it's almost not worth it because then you're just going to be blowing a bunch of money texting, sending out texts that you're never going to get text back. So, yeah. The ringless voicemail, does that come with the software? Yes. When you sign up, it'll bring you through kind of an onboarding process. And before you're even able to get on the onboarding call with them, they would give you step by step. You need to set up a Twilio account. You need to upgrade your Twilio account, just like from the free version to the paid version. You need to buy phone numbers through Twilio. They recommend like a certain amount, like you shouldn't be sending more than I think 200 texts per day per phone number. And then it will also like bring you to a place where they ask that you record 2 ringless voicemails. So the first one that I recorded was, and just kind of know, I'm going to type this out or like show you physically so that you know. It's like day 1 is text ringless voicemail. Day 2 is text. This is the way that I do it. This is not, I'm not recommending that you do it this way. This is just how I'm doing it. Text, day, probably like 8. Text, day 15. Text, day 20 text. This is chicken scratch, and this is not how I write. Please believe me. So that's kind of what it looks like. I know it's backwards, but day 1, I'm sending a text, ringless voicemail. Day 2, text, ringless voicemail. That's all you really need to know is those first 2 days, because they ask before, again, you hop on your onboarding call, they're going to ask that you pre-record 2 ringless voicemail messages. So just know, kind of like have a general idea of when you're going to be including your ringless voicemails in your campaign, like where they're going to be, if that makes sense. So again, day 1, my first ringless voicemail comes 3 minutes after my first text. So let me just play it for you. My ringless voicemail, and you'll hopefully be able to understand what I'm saying. So this is one, Christian. Hi, Christian. Have you given any thought to parting ways with address? Can we talk about it? 3 minutes went by and he didn't text me back, so I dropped the voicemail that sounds like this. Hey, I just texted you about a property I believe you own. My partner and myself, we're local home buyers. We got some cash on hand, and we're looking to pick up 1, maybe 2 more properties in that area there. I just wanted to give you a shout to see if you'd ever consider selling. I got to re-record that. That sounds scripted as all hell, but you get the idea. Following up, and now not only do they have a text, but they have a voicemail on their phone, which prompts a lot of people to call back. And then I set up a call tree or IVR, interactive voice response, through Twilio, so that my phone doesn't actually ring when somebody calls back. It just goes to an IVR or call tree. And if you're not familiar with that, it's just like exactly what you would think when you call like a doctor's office or a dentist office, where it says, thanks for calling, this person. In my case, if you're interested in receiving an offer on your property, press 1, leave a voicemail with your name, number, and address. If you're not interested and want to be removed from the list, press 2. That way it just filters through all of the callbacks, because 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to call you back and tell you to take them off your list. So it's just like not worth your time trying to juggle all of that, especially while you're sending new texts out. So if I've been sending out batch texts of like 200 to 300 texts, in like an hour or 2 time, where I'm sending out like maybe 5 texts every minute. And then I'm in it, like when I'm in it, and I'm wanting to respond to people as quickly as possible. So the last thing that I want to do is, not be there when somebody texts back and then have to juggle these phone calls that are incoming just to answer for them to cuss you out and tell you to take them off. You know what I mean? So I set that up. It does cost some money every time somebody calls in, but worth it to me, to be honest. If not only for my business, but for my mental health. Wow, that's amazing. I'm still learning. Super blessed to be a part of this community. Hey, I'm glad, and I know that everybody here is glad to have you as well. We're definitely building a little community here, and I really appreciate all you guys. And you guys are already having success. Incredible. And again, I don't take any credit for that. You guys are doing all the work. You'll come in here and you may learn a little tidbits here and there, which is really all my goal is so that you leave this live session with any bit of knowledge that maybe you didn't have before you hopped on. But again, when it comes to making the calls, when it comes to sending the texts, I'm not there doing that. That's you guys. So, remember that. Remember that and congratulate your wins. I'm huge on celebrating small wins. If you don't celebrate the small wins and you're just constantly chasing this huge unattainable goal, or maybe it's not unattainable, but it's a huge goal, and you're never reaching it because it's such a big goal that it's likely going to take a couple of years to attain, then you're going to get discouraged. You're going to, you're not going to feel like there's a sense of momentum. So you got to celebrate the small wins, which is why I congratulate again everybody who's been on here. Jalep, Nick hopped on. It sounded like he's, I'm scrolling back up, in the conversation with a seller negotiating. CWL, he closes one tomorrow. We got everybody here has their fingers crossed for you. I hope to hop on here tomorrow and figure out that you got your 10K check. So that's incredible. Jim Sorge Joe just got a contract as well. So it's crazy. The amount of success that you guys are having, it's pushing me to go harder, which is why I'm on here. I'm looking at you guys like, damn, like who am I to tell you how to do things when you guys are the one getting the contracts? So I'm telling you, you guys are motivating me. I'm being 100% honest when I say that too. So, and then this is the second. So then he doesn't respond to that first text or the ringless voicemail. 24 hours later, he gets another text saying, "Hey, Christian, I reached out yesterday about address. Are you free to talk today?" And then if he doesn't reply, an hour later, he gets this second ringless voicemail. "Hey, how's it going? I hadn't heard back, so just wanted to round back, double check to see if you were interested in receiving a cash offer on your property there. If not, completely understand. Just let me know one way or another so I can stop bugging you here." So, again, that's kind of nice. Let's go. I know, crazy. So that's what's going on in those like messages right there. And I play those for you again because you will have to, if you do end up going through the software, you will have to pre-record these messages before you even hop on the onboarding call with these people and get your system set up. So just kind of have a general understanding as to where those ringless voicemails are going to be so that you can frame it accordingly. I mean, both of those messages, essentially, they could have been dropped whenever, but I knew that my first ringless voicemail was going to come minutes after that first text. So that's why I said, "Hey, I just texted you." You know what I mean? Whereas that wouldn't have made sense if it came like a week after the last time I texted them. So yeah, just have a little bit of awareness in that aspect. And this is the guy. So, and this shows you, this shows me the power of automation and the follow-up. So it's doing all of that in the background. All I have to do, the only manual aspect that I have to do is take these contacts and drop them into the campaign. And then over the course of the next 20 days, I believe, they're going to get automatically texted in ringless voicemails. So in this case, Christian's case, on November 9th, I sent him that first text and ringless voicemail. November 10th, I sent him that second text and second ringless voicemail. November 11th, I sent him a third text. And then on today, November 18th, I sent him a fourth text. And just today is the first time that he replied, saying, "If you're an investor, I don't want to sell it to you because you're just going to pay 25% of the actual market price." I'm going to say, understandable. Definitely not my intention to insult you with that kind of an offer. I only like, definitely not my intention to insult you with that kind of an offer. I would only want to move forward if you were happy. I'm gonna say I obviously I obviously would only want to move forward if you were happy with the offer as well. And I'm going to kind of reframe it and ask him, are you considering selling that property there? Just want to revisit that question because he didn't really answer it. He said no if you're an investor. But to me, that's saying, yeah, I want to sell, just not to you. So I'm hoping to kind of like debunk his myths about selling to an investor, and hopefully pre-qualify him a little bit to see if he is even considering selling. Just send my partner your channel. She'll be joining us. Perfect. Oh, wow. A tag team of 2 female entrepreneurs. That is incredible. Absolutely. My girlfriend is an entrepreneur herself. She has a online studio. She is trying to change the game in terms of exercise. She went through, this is a little off topic, but I won't make it too long. She had really beat herself up in the gym like everybody tends to do. They think that, uh, more is better. They think that lifting the heaviest weights is the best way to do it. And that's the way that they're going to reach their fitness goals. And she found that that is not only not the case, but actually counterproductive. And so she is kind of changing the game in terms of movement, is how she's referring to it, as opposed to, working out, just trying to eliminate the negative connotation behind exercise and implement some new mindset, new beliefs behind exercise. So I'm familiar with the female entrepreneurship game as well. Both of us are kind of on our hustle here, trying to make something, make something shake. So I always get excited when I hear that, female entrepreneurs are jumping in the game, especially wholesaling, especially real estate, it being male dominant. I mean, yeah, do your thing. I am in the group that I'm a part of. They have their own little group of the females within the larger group. They have the smaller group of females so that they can kind of talk amongst themselves and discuss all of the likely. I'm not, obviously don't know, but I'd assume the trials and tribulations that females face in the real estate industry, just for it being male dominant. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm going crazy the fact that you're a female, but that's really cool to me. I come from a family of females, 2 sisters myself, so I always love hearing when females are making something happen. So okay, I texted that guy back. Let me see if I have anybody else to respond to. This guy said sold yesterday. I forgot to text him back. I think I just marked him not interested. Typically, somebody says sold. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I will typically ask them if they have any other properties. In this guy's case, I don't want to text him back saying that because it's been more than 24 hours since I spoke with him. So I just want to pull it up on PropStream real quick and see if there is any linked properties listed. If so, then I don't mind texting him 24 hours later. He does. So 2 other properties. This one sold 2 months ago. Oh, no. It's sold. I'm tripping. So the buyer has two properties. Let me see the transaction history. Gold Coast Equity LLC is actually who sold it to him. So this gentleman sounds like he's probably a player in the game. I can see that it started with his wife, and then he took equal ownership to it, it looks like, and then they transferred it to an LLC and then just sold it 2 months ago. So I'll text him back. I have a little template. That's also what's really powerful on this texting platform, Lala, is it allows you to build out some pre-templated responses so that when you get those canned responses or those that same response over and over again, you can form a response that you're just going to send to everybody. So in this case, I already have one for sold. So I go to my templates. I go to the already sold / don't own it anymore template. I'll say use template. And the response is, oh, okay. Would you happen to have any other property you'd be interested in receiving an offer on? May not seem like that big of a deal when I'm texting just this one person, but when you're texting so many people in a row, it's so much easier to just quick template, boom. Wow, sounds like she's off to a great start. Yeah, for sure. She's killing it. She's killing it more than I am. I can't lie. She just started to it's an online studio, so it's a membership based type thing where you pay monthly, and she hosts some live classes, and she um, you have access to all the live classes because she puts them up there after the fact. And she just started bringing on some new one-on-one clients for the first time. Well, she's had one-on-one clients before. She used to be a personal trainer. She still is for the most part. She's certified and all that. But uh, what was the answer? She just started taking one-on-one clients for this whole new wave that she's trying to implement. And she just signed on three clients with like 2 people waitlisted, and I think it's like $1,000 a month is what she's charging. So it's definitely high ticket, and again, she's killing it. She's doing way better than I am. So, but I won't tell her that. Just kidding. I tell her all the time. I'm really proud of her. She's honestly killing it. So I texted that guy, see if he responds. This person says 1.5 million. Don't have to pull it up to realize that is a high asking price, which is what I tag these people with, just in case I want to like revisit all these people at a later date. And then I also tag them as not interested so that they get pushed to that pipeline stage and get removed from the campaign. So that's that. And I have one person that I want to call before I probably close it out here. This is the guy who actually generated the lead through texting. I'll read you the notes that I've kind of taken for myself here. 85 cash offer was made by me. Closing costs handled by me as well with this offer. Seller, I talked him down to 90,000. So we were literally only $5,000 apart. Said he would talk to his wife about the offer and call me back tomorrow. I never heard from him. I called him the day after that and didn't get a hold of him. I gave him permission to follow up with him that day if I didn't hear back from him. The property needs full rehab. Seller's going out of town for 2 to 3 weeks in about 1 week. So he may even be out of town at this point. Seems open to putting an agreement together now and closing when he returns, although that was more so me trying to convince him that that was the best bet. But he was really trying to just wait until he got back from vacation to deal with it altogether. He owns the property free and clear. He's rented it out for 14 years. The current tenant has been there for almost 10. $800 a month in rent, which is probably low. Month to month, no contract. The property has never flooded, which I don't believe. This area of Houston is susceptible to all types of flooding. Wants to sell this property and buy a new property for himself. So I'm going to give him a call, see if he had a chance to speak with the wife about it. If so, I'm going to ask how she felt about that offer. What list do you find to be the best list to get contracts? Says Nia. Nia, are you Lala's partner? The 2 contracts I've closed, I want to be as transparent as possible. I'm by no means some pro, but I have closed 2 deals. The first deal was driving for dollars, which is pretty much my primary list. I virtually drive for dollars since I'm doing it virtually. You can, on my channel, I have a little mini series on my virtual driving for dollars process, how I go about building that list. That's to me, when I first started, I was calling the pre-foreclosures. I was calling the vacant just because that's what I knew, right? That's what seemed the most convenient to just pull those lists and call them. But I got quickly turned off. Like I was mentioning earlier when I think it was Jay Lept asked about the pre-foreclosure list, or maybe it was CWL, but those people are getting contacted by everybody and their mother and their sister and their second cousin twice removed is calling that same vacant list that you're calling. And it shows when you get a hold of these people. They're the meanest. They are the worst to talk to. And in all honesty, they probably aren't going to sell to you, because if they were going to sell, they would have sold to any of the other 100 investors that are contacting them about their property. And with those type of lists, it's all about volume and timing. It's always about timing with any list, yeah, but I just have a better time for my mental health to call driving for dollars lists. Go back and watch some of my live cold calling. That's kind of what I've been doing. I'm going to go live tomorrow too, if you guys are available. I pretty much go live every day, Monday through Friday, just document my calls and all that. But you can tell the people that I'm talking to on my driving for dollars list are super nice. And even if they are rude, it's because my call was unwarranted. It was unsolicited, which I understand. That's something that you got to be okay with. But just compared to the other list where it's like, fuck off, stop, remove me from the list, like all that, I don't even want to deal with that. So I call Driving for Dollars. My first deal was Driving for Dollars. My second one was from an absentee owner list. It was absentee owned. If you're unfamiliar, anybody watching this either live or after the fact, absentee owned just means that the owner of the property doesn't live there. So it's likely, in my market, it's likely a rental. They have a tenant in there. So it's like a second property of theirs. Or it could be like a vacation home, a second property that they visit every once in a while throughout the year. But that's the motivation there, is that likely it's a tired landlord is what you're really looking for in absentee owned. So my second deal was an absentee owner list. It was in the third most populated county in the Houston. I worked the Houston market virtually out in Texas, and this deal came from Montgomery County, and it's the third most populated county. So this is something me and my partner started thinking about, and maybe something that it was from PropStream. Yes, Mohammed. This is something that me and my partner kind of figured out early, is that not only does everybody call these lists that are just very easy to pull, but everybody's going to call the biggest county. So for me, that's Harris County in Houston. If you live in Houston, you pretty much live in Harris County. There are sections of Houston where you can live that you are in a different county. But for the most part, when you hear Houston, you hear Harris County. And then we started realizing, like, wait, we need to start messing around with these smaller counties. So that's where that second deal of mine came from, was Montgomery County, and it was absentee owned, and it was that's my partner, yep, me and Lala, and that's where that one came from. So first deal I did, Driving for Dollars. Second deal, moving to Texas. Your market or you personally? Absentee from PropStream. Yeah, Mohammed. So let me give this person a call. I'm stalling. I also am always trying to be transparent about that as well. I get nervous when I make these calls. It may seem like I don't, but I get nervous as hell. Let me play this actually real quick. This is the conversation that we had.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Oh, no. This is just when I called him back. I'm not going to play. This is almost a half hour.
Hello? Hey, Ani. So, you still live or,
Yeah, we talked for like 30 minutes. I'm not going to play that, but I'm going to give him a call. Jaime. Plug up so I don't die on him. Jaime. Oh, come on.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 7-1.
He either blocked me or his phone's off. Hopefully he didn't block me. I might have to have one of you guys call him. Oh, no. Here he goes. Calling me back. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, is this Jaime? Hello? Hey, Jaime, how's it going? This is Derek. I'm not sure if you recall. Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Good. I just wanted to catch you. I don't know if you had left for vacation yet. Just wanted to catch you. I don't know if you recall. We've been going back and forth about your property over there in Pasadena.
Oh, Derek.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing well. Last time we spoke, I mean, we were pretty close in price. If I recall, I had offered the 85 cash, and you were asking 90. And you had let me know that you wanted to talk with your wife about it first. So I was just kind of rounding back, see if you had that opportunity to speak with her about it.
Yeah, I did talk to my wife, and we discussed about it, and we decided we're gonna keep it for a little while longer. I think I'm gonna leave on Sunday, but I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit more work on it.
Yeah.
Because it needs a lot of work. I mean the inside. But I can't do anything until the guys move out of the way. But I'm willing to invest a little bit of money on it, so I can probably get a little bit more money out of it. But he don't want me to sell it at the moment right now because he's still he's still giving us money.
Sure.
I talked to the renter, the guy
Mm-hmm.
there. He's happy. I told him that he knows how the situation of the house is, but he's willing to stay there for I don't know how much more longer. But I told him, I said, if you want me to do fix anything in the inside, let me know. But I remember a few years ago, I did fix one room that was pretty bad, and
Mm-hmm.
I fixed it, and but there's still a lot of work to be done in there. There's a lot of work. I mean, it's not gonna take much, because I thought it was gonna be a lot of money to fix it, but I already talked to my brother-in-law, because he works on houses and he knows a lot of people, and he kind of gave me an estimate how much it will probably take me to get it in a good, in a good setting where I can sell it and get a little bit more money out of it.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, because I remember you saying it pretty much needs a full rehab, is what you said. And I was going to ask, what type of work do you plan on doing to it?
Well, the first thing that I'm gonna do, I gotta do all the sheetrock.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do all the sheetrock work, and then I need to put a new AC unit.
Mm-hmm.
The unit on the outside is not good no more, and the coil on the inside, the one on top, everything needs to be out of there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking of spending maybe a couple of maybe 20, 30,000 maybe invested on it, and sell it from there, or if not, just rent it for more money, because I'm renting it real cheap.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't want to go to that house, it should be rented for at least $1,200-$1,300.
Yeah, right.
I'm renting for $800.
Right.
You're not gonna find an apartment of 2 bedrooms for $800.
Right. Yeah, and like you're saying, the only thing that would need to be done is you would likely have to do that repair, the repairs that you're talking about in order to justify that rent rate. So I get that.
That's why I haven't gone up. The last time I went up on the rent, it was back in 2008. It's been almost 2-3 years, so I'm thinking of going maybe another $100 a year. I probably told that guy, but I think $900 will be fair.
Yeah. Seems like a good deal still. Still sounds like a good deal to me. So I'd imagine they'd be happy with it. But let me ask. I know you were saying that you were thinking about spending about 20 to 30,000 in repairs, and you might get a new tenant in there. But if that doesn't work out, like you mentioned, you'll probably just end up selling it for more money, obviously, because it will, deserve more money because of the repairs that were done. But just kind of curious what you think that you'd be looking to sell it for after those repairs were made.
Well, I look at the escrow of the house. I talked to a friend of mine, and I told him that I was thinking about selling it. And he has a friend that he sells houses, and he has this app on his phone where you can get on it. The house, they got it valued the house at $128,000.
Mm-hmm.
$128,000. That's what the market value is of the house.
Yeah.
100. But that'll probably be in a fair condition,
Exactly. Yeah.
The house, the way it is, it'll probably go from maybe the most, it'll probably go maybe 95, the most 90, 95.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm waiting to go ahead and keep on renting it. That's okay. My wife told me that too rough.
Yeah.
Even the money, you don't need the money right now. Right now, we're, I'm good. Financially, I'm doing real good.
Good.
So I'm not in a rush to sell it right now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep on making more money on the house, and I'm go ahead and get invested on it. Go ahead and start taking it little by little.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I completely agree. If there's no real reason for you to sell and it's still cash flowing, by all means, I don't want to have to convince you to sell me your house. But when the time comes and it seems like you're wanting to part ways with it, or maybe, when you start doing the repairs and it's just like a little bit more than you thought it was going to be, I'm here, and we always seem to have some cash on hand. We're getting through maybe 1 to 2 properties every month. So we're trying to keep busy, and the way that you're kind of working the numbers, all I ask is that you kind of, consider it like you did with your wife, and put those, numbers out there. And the way that I hear it, if you're looking to sell it for around, let's say 130 after you've done the repairs, after you pay, yeah, exactly. But after you pay the commissions and the fees on the back end, you may sell it for 130, but only walk with like 120. And then if you put $30,000 into it, then really what you're walking with is 90. You know what I mean? Which is pretty much what you're asking right now. So it makes sense to me. But again, if it's cash flowing and it's paying you money and you don't want to sell, by all means, hold on to it. All I ask, I just wanted to be able to paint that picture for you, because I know a lot of people think that, when they sell for the high value, they just don't necessarily consider everything that comes with it. So, but please, by all means, if it's all right with you, and if it's, appropriate, I'd love to kind of just stay in contact with you, round back every once in a while and see how things are going.
Yeah. Is this your right number to call you?
Yes, this is my direct line here. So feel free to save this number. You can save it with my name, Derek, Derek, and save it saying something like Derek Home Buyer or something like that. Just so when I call, it doesn't catch you off guard, and that way you can find my number in your phone book easily when you decide to give me a call.
Yeah. Because I have a friend of mine that he's my neighbor. He lives about 2 houses, and he just bought a property
Hmm.
here in Pasadena, and not too far from here from his house. And he bought a property. It's in an acre. It's like an acre, and it's right there next to Railway 8. And
Uh-huh.
the land has 2 houses,
Oh,
and 2 houses, and man, he's making a killing on that. Because
yeah.
he was over here the other day, and he's already renting one house. There was already a lady living in there. She's paying $1,200. There's another house next to it, and he already fixed it up. He did a little bit of work on it, and he's renting it, and he's renting for almost $1,500. So, and he's making almost $3,000
Yeah.
from the 2 houses, and he gave a good down payment. He gave $70,000 down payment. And
He's
so
just
he's
talking
making a
now.
lot
I'm
of
gonna let
money.
him talk.
And
I don't want to
I'm
ruin the
going to
relationship by trying to cut him off, and
why you want to sell it?
I don't have the
You're not
time.
making
Like,
money
I have
out
the
of it.
time. I'm just gonna let him talk.
You don't need the money. You're working. I said, if they're gonna give you $80,000, $90,000, you're gonna have that money sitting on the bank,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be sitting there. Why not just keep on renting and keep on making money?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it rent for a couple, maybe, I don't know. Let it run. My wife said, I said, don't sell it right now. Unless we have an emergency where we need money, cash, real fast.
Right.
Right now, we're doing real good. I paid my house off, the one I'm living right now.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And so I really don't have any payments.
Right.
The only payment that I have right now is my utilities and my new truck that I just got. I got a new truck, but
Oh, you're living the dream.
I'm living the dream right now.
Yeah.
My wife said, you got money, I got money. We're living good. Why you want to sell it?
Yeah.
Let's keep making a little bit of money in the house. Maybe one day, whenever you get close to retire, get rid of it, and we go from there. I said, why you want to sell it right now?
Right.
You don't need the money.
Yeah, exactly, J-Lab. I tried to do that as like.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I understand. You mentioned you were going on vacation. Where are you guys going on vacation, if you don't mind me asking?
We're going to New Mexico.
Oh, okay.
We're going to New Mexico. We're driving over there. Then we're going to spend like 2 days out there. Then from there, we're going to drive back to the Grand Canyon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We're going to over there by Arizona, Flagstaff or something.
Flagstaff, yeah.
We went over there a few years ago, and we're making another trip over there.
Cool, cool. Well, I know you were saying that you were gonna take that trip shortly, so have a great trip. If I don't talk to you before then, if it's all right with you, like I said, I'd love to stay in contact. Would it be appropriate if I followed up with you every 3 to 6 months?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can call me. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and program your number because I get a lot of calls,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know who is it, and a lot of times they send me texts, but there's a lot of people that call me about their property,
Yeah, yeah,
But I'm gonna go ahead and program your number, and one day, like I say, you can call me anytime.
sure.
I have another 3 months, and
Yeah, yeah. I look
hopefully,
I look forward
you'll
to
be in.
rounding back and learning how your trip went. I want to know that you guys had a good time and how aggressively you're driving that new truck. I want to make sure you're not getting in any danger or anything like that.
Well, really, I'm not gonna take my new truck.
Ooh, this
It's
guy's a
gonna be
talker.
me,
I'm
my
trying to just be
wife,
nice.
her sister, and my brother-in-law. So we rented a vehicle, and so we're gonna go in a rental. We're not gonna take a truck.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. All right. All right, Jaime. I appreciate you taking the call and taking the time to speak with me. I will be sure to again round back in a few months, see how things are going, and if again, feel free to reach out to me in the meantime if something comes up or you just want to chat as well. I'd love to hear from you. So until then,
Okay, okay, buddy.
all
Appreciate it.
right. Have a good one. Have a good
You
trip.
too. Bye-bye. Okay, thank you.
Bye now. That's another one. Great call. Great call. Similar to the one earlier where it was like I spoke with if nobody or if anybody's in here that wasn't on here earlier when I spoke with the woman, similar situation. Her mother is uh, growing old, and she was discussing amongst her siblings what they were going to do. The mother was either going to move in with one of the siblings or move into a care home, so that they were going to either sell the house or one of the siblings was going to move into the house. But I called her back today. I was like, "Hey, did you have a chance to speak with your siblings?" Yeah, we're going to end up getting a caregiver to actually move in with her. And what do I say? I say, great. I hope that works out. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for you because that seems like most convenient for everybody. And that, if anything, in this whole almost 5 hour live session, that I ask that you take away from it is you have to come with a servant's heart. You have to serve, you have to solve a problem. And what good would it have done me to tell her or tell him, no, you have to sell right now. It's the best decision for you. Like as if I know, you know what I mean? I'm not going to make anybody sell me their property. You cannot force anybody to sell your property. And I heard this the other day and I found it to be true actually. If you do end up coercing anybody into signing the contract, you still have to get that to the closing table. It's not enough to just have them sign the contract. You're not going to get paid until you assign it to a buyer, until they walk the property likely, you get it over to the title company, title searches run, you close on it, then you get paid. So you can convince anybody. A great salesperson, I'm sure, can convince anybody to sign a contract. But the moment you guys get off the phone, the next day, they're going to get seller's remorse and they're going to think to themselves, God, he really tricked me into signing that thing. I don't even want to sell. Let me call him real quick. Hey, I changed my mind. I don't want to sell. So you can, again, convince or trick anybody into signing something, but uh, they're going to cancel on you. So that's the same thing would happen with him, like why would I try to convince him that selling the property is in his best interest if he doesn't have any bills, he's cash flowing, the property's cash flowing, who am I to tell him to sell? But as he said, if something comes up, if this, that, and the third happens, then yeah, let me program your number in. And that was very similar to the woman as well who I spoke with earlier. That's all I ask. Yeah, save my number. And all I ask is that I'm the first person that you reach out to when you do decide to sell. Um, that's my partner moving to Texas personally and market. Oh, oh, she's maybe looking to transition to the Texas market. Oh, cool. Very cool. What part of Texas? Hopefully Houston, so that we can network, make something happen. Um, that's awesome. Best call of the day, J Love, for sure. Um, for sure. Best call of the day. Even though it again didn't result in a contract. I like those calls. Put him on a follow up, talk with him, shoot the shit, build a relationship. You know what I mean? As he said, Corpus Christi, okay. As he said, he gets calls all the time about this property. How many of those people do you think he is chopping it up with like he just did with me? Probably none, because I have broken through that barrier. I reminded him who I was and why I was calling and what we talked about last time, and he said, "Oh, Derek, yeah, yeah, yeah." You know what I mean? It seems to me that I've broken through that barrier. Now, all I have to do is keep my fingers crossed that somebody else doesn't break through that barrier, and become overly more buddy buddy with him than I already am. That's pretty much where I'm at now. So hoping to keep that open line of communication with him. I do plan on rounding back with him probably in a little bit, ask how his trip went. Uh, you know, Revisit, and I'm going to take note of these things. That's another thing. You got to take note of these things on the phone call. How easy is it for how easy will it be for me to forget that he went on this trip, that he told me that he just bought a new truck, that his cousin or his brother or somebody he knew just bought an acre of land in Pasadena as well. They're renting that out. I want to take note of all this stuff so that I can bring it back up. And all that will do in future conversations is solidify the relationship and solidify the rapport that we've built thus far. I liked how you explained to him the reality of the situation. Like if it's cash flowing, then by all means, hold on to it. It sounds very, very off script. That is off script. That's not on my script at all. And yeah, I pretty much don't use my script unless scripts are good to keep a framework of the conversation because you don't want to go off topic like I did with that guy because it's going to result in a long conversation that. But with him, it's cool. That was, I think, going to be the last call of my day. So I was down to just let him talk, like I was saying when I put him on mute. Um, but yeah, that just ties back into everything that I've been talking about. I'm not going to convince him. I'm not going to tell him what's best for him. His wife told him don't sell it. So who am I to say your wife's wrong? Don't listen to your wife. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. I know best. This is only the second phone conversation we've ever had. We've never met in person, but I know better than your wife. You know what I mean? Like, who the hell am I to say that? So, so yeah, what I was really proud of is the way I thought this is what you were referring to, JLep. It may be how I framed the reality of the costs because this happens often too, and I'm proud of myself for framing it this way because I never really do it successfully. But what he's saying is, like I said to him, he's gonna sell it for 130, and I hopefully you took this away as well. You got this out of this. Was I asked, how much do you think you're going to spend? Well, first I asked, what are you going to do to the place? And then I asked, how much money do you plan on spending? And then I asked, how much do you think you're going to sell it for after all that's done? So he says he's going to sell it for 130. He already told me he plans on spending 30,000 in rehab, which means that really he's only going to sell for 100. But then you have to take into account all the commissions and the fees, which means he's only going to walk away with so much that essentially we're talking the same figures. You guys can be talking same figures and just be like kind of indifferent. You know what I mean. I'm offering you what you're asking for. Essentially, you're just not taking everything into consideration. So yeah, La says lol, la lol. I don't know exactly what you were laughing at, but Corpus Christi, Nia, man. Well, I think I'm gonna call it there. I just want to come back in here and leave myself a note so that I don't forget to do so. Derek connected with Jaime. He spoke with his wife and they decided not to sell for the foreseeable future. The property is paid off and cash flowing. The tenant has no issue with living in the property, although a lot of work needs to be done to it. What else was I going to say? He plans on doing repairs himself along the lines of sheetrock, new AC unit, etc. Thinks he will spend about $30K to bring it up to speed in order to sell for 130. And then I'll just say note. I'll kind of finish that thought off by saying Jaime plans to save Derek's number and reach out if anything ever changes. Gave Derek permission to follow up every so often to check back in. And I think that's important. That's something that I do every phone call. I ask for permission to follow up. I think that it just, and I'll always use the word appropriate. Is it appropriate if I followed up, every so often? That way you're just setting that follow-up expectation so that when I call, he's not like, oh, you again? I thought I got rid of you last time. I didn't actually think you were going to call me back. You know what I mean? So I just like setting that follow-up expectation, especially if I plan on following up like within weeks. You know what I mean? Then it's like, okay, you're going to do this. I'm going to do this. You're going to speak with your siblings. You're going to speak with your daughter. I'm going to run numbers so that I can get you the best offer. That way, when we reconnect in say 1 week, we can talk numbers. So that's what I always do. I always ask permission, and I always use the word appropriate. I feel like using the word appropriate, it kind of like, how can I say this? It almost kind of makes them feel bad that you're asking. Like, is it appropriate if I follow it up? If I follow up in a couple of weeks? Almost always like, yeah, please. You know what I mean? That's what I find in using the word appropriate. So note, him and his wife are driving to New Mexico for a road trip and then visiting the Grand Canyon after that. He mentioned he just bought a new truck. Also mentioned a friend of his bought an acre in Pasadena where he has 2 homes that are cash flowing almost $3K monthly. Go to my task. And then I'm just going to push these out to the beginning of next year. I say 3 months. I'll say February, early February, I'll follow up with them. First of the month, second of the month, around 3 p.m. Mark that one. Oh, damn it. Oh, jeez. Second of February, 3 p.m. All right, I'm gonna come over my dashboard, just make sure that I do not, in fact, have any more follow-ups. But I don't think I do. Nope, I got some people I want to call tomorrow, but all good for today. Wow. Is that area far from Houston? No. Pasadena, I think is what you're asking. It's not. It's just east of Houston. Just east of Houston. Yeah, you can look it up on a map. Or yeah, I'll give you guys some little insight. This is me virtually driving for dollars. This is how I track my route so that I don't have to buy some silly app that tracks it for you. It's a hassle, but keeps the cost down. This is the area that I'm driving right now. This is North Houston. And I'll show you all the other areas in which I've driven previously. Here's one. This is LaPorte. That's like further east Houston. Oh, this is crazy looking at these. The archives, oh my gosh. I don't know where this was. It was obviously somewhere that didn't make sense because I hardly drove the area. Same with this. This is the outskirts of Conroe. This is Tomball, West Houston. This is Conroe, Montgomery County, about an hour drive north of Houston. Rayford, which is Montgomery County as well. It's about like halfway to Conroe. This is Pasadena. So you can tell I was really hitting Pasadena hard. And that's I'm still calling people from this list right here. Why don't you save it on Google? My Maps, My Places. I don't even know what that means. if you can elaborate, I'm sure there is a more efficient way of doing this, but it's just kind of what I've been doing. Just completed my last stop, JLEP. Oh my God, I've been calling your whole entire shift. But this is me driving for dollars right here. And again, this is the area where I'm driving right now, North Houston. Yeah. So that's that. And this is all the mail that I have to open. Okay, you know what? JLEP, are you on here? Because I have some hard copies of the contracts that I used in the past, or for the first 2 deals. I will still record a video for you going through this so that you can see it. But this is probably backwards. But I'm going to go ahead and read it off. It's very short. This isn't going to take me any longer than 5 minutes, which I go through. This is a recommendation that I have as well. Always stay on the phone with the seller when they're going through the contract for 2 reasons. One, very easy for them to just push it off and just not deal with it. Well, 3 reasons. 1, to push it off and not deal with it. 2, they want to shop your offer around, and that's the biggest reason why. They're going to say, yeah, okay, I'm down to sell it for $90,000. Go ahead and send me the contract to my email. I'll look at it later tonight and I'll sign it later. What they're going to do is they're going to take your contract and wait until that next investor calls, because they know that they get 10 calls every day, and they're going to say, hey, I got somebody offering me $90,000. Can you beat that? Of course they can beat it, because I only lock up smoking deals. Just kidding. Well, yeah, I only lock up smoking deals. And 2, anybody's going to be willing to beat an offer by $500, $1,000. If it just means that they get the deal, anybody's going to be willing to outbid somebody by a little bit, as long as the deal still makes sense, which again, all of my deals will make sense to another investor. So that's the second reason. And the third reason is how I tell them, or why I tell them I want to stay on the phone with them. I say, we offer just a kind of a company courtesy to walk you through the agreement here. Make sure that you don't have any questions that you might have, or rather, if you do have any questions that pop up while we're going through it, I'll be right there on the phone to address those concerns and those questions, and just make sure that you're fully comfortable with what we have here in the agreement. And that's what I'm telling them. And that truly is the third reason why you don't want to just send it to them and allow them to figure it out on their own, because they'll read through it and they won't understand something, and they will misinterpret something and think, oh, this guy's screwing me over. I'm not going to sign this, when in all reality, there's likely an explanation as to why she thinks I'm screwing her over, or he thinks I'm screwing him over. You know what I mean? So that's how I frame it. And that truly is the truth. I don't want you to misinterpret anything here. I want to be there with you. I used to read the contract, but I've heard some pros say not to do that, and I've stopped. I don't think I did that the last contract I got signed, because you're kind of insulting them. You're operating under the assumption that they can't read. It's like, I can read it, but yeah, stay on the phone with me. That's what I'll do. I'll stay on the phone with you, take a minute, read through it, and let me know if you have any questions. So let me answer you these guys. Why don't you save it on Google My Maps, My Places? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what that means, but I'm definitely going to look into it. Let me write that down. Hopefully it has the capability of handling, I guess, the volume that I'm doing. That's the only reason, because I house all of my properties in PropStream. So like, I will find a property on Google Map, and then I'll put it in PropStream so that my list is built within PropStream. Hopefully that makes sense. If that doesn't make sense, or rather, if you're just interested in my exact process, I again do have a mini series pre-recorded and uploaded to my channel. I have since tweaked it a little bit. So if you watch that and you have questions or want clarification, just hop on another live stream, or just leave a comment on any of my videos. I'll see it, and I can hopefully clarify like where I've done the tweaks. But yeah, that's how I do it. I'll send you email, and also like to see rehab cheat sheet. Yeah, I didn't tell, or maybe I didn't tell you, but the rehab cheat sheet that I had was shared with me with my JV partner who I worked with on my first deal. I'm not going to go on my rant. He didn't deserve the 50% that he got. I ended up cutting him a $6,000 check. It was a $12,000 spread. We split it right down the middle, but he didn't do jack shit. He didn't do anything. His cousin went out and took pictures. I could have easily just paid somebody $100 to do that. And then he went out there and walked the property with my buyer and locked up the price with I'm not going to get into it, but he didn't deserve the $6,000. I since then told myself I'm never going to do business with him again. No harm, no foul. I mean, no bad blood. That's just who he is as a person. I hate to say it, but that's just how he operates, and that's not somebody who I'm wanting to do business with. He was just really unethical about the whole situation. If you want to, watch me go on extreme rants, I did film. Really, my intention on this whole channel was to film A to Z so that you can see me lock up a contract and bring it to close. I started my channel and I literally got my first contract shortly after. So I documented that. It's a playlist on my channel called My First Wholesale Deal, and you can pretty much watch A to Z, beginning to end, me locking up the contract, me talking to my title company, talking with my buyer, talking with my JV partner, talking with the tenant, coordinating with the moving company, all that. So if you wanted to watch kind of the A to Z, you can go on there, find that playlist. Again, it's called My First Wholesale Deal. You get some insight, and you can watch me complain about my JV partner on that. But that's all I'll say on there. But the reason I bring all that up is because he was the one who shared that little cheat sheet with me. And then I just tried to pull it up the other day, and he unshared it with me. So I do have some costs here, though. I'll just type these out right here. This is what I operate on, or what I plan to operate on. Under 1,500 square feet. I'll say 15, 30, 60K. That is light, average, heavy rehab. 1,500 to 2,500 square feet. 20. And I'm looking right here. I have it written down on my little lead whiteboard. 20, 40, 80, 2,500 plus equals 30, 50, 100. I mean, don't treat this like Bible. This is just, I've never done a rehab project myself. This is just general whole numbers that I can use to negotiate. But yeah, send me an email and I'll send this over to you. Corpus Christi from Houston. Oh, how far is that? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think Corpus Christi. I think that's closer towards Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. It's up against the water. Yeah. It's quite a ways. It's quite a ways. I would bet probably it's quite a ways. It would be like a full day's trip. But yeah, I want to read this to you real quick, J-Leb. Hopefully you're still on here. This is my agreement. This is what I use for the first two deals. I no longer have this in my DocuSign, or I use HelloSign, just the e-signature. I no longer use this, but can I use these kind of rehab estimates in any state? I'm not sure. That's why, for the most part. And these are also amended for 2021 costs. These may even be high because I'd imagine that the cost of materials has since reduced. But in the height of COVID, if you were keeping up with that type of stuff, the cost of lumber like 4x'd. You know what I mean? And now you're buying like 2x4s for 4 times the cost of what it was going for before COVID. So for that reason, rehab costs also needed to be much higher when factoring that in. I don't know if rehab costs or cost of materials has since corrected and reduced in price, but I'll still use these. I would much rather be overly conservative and find out that I was overly conservative when I find a buyer who's willing to pay me much more than I expected. You know what I mean? So that's how I'm operating. And so, yeah, to answer your question, I would not be hesitant to use these across the board until you find out something further. Don't, always be doing your research and trying to figure out the best numbers. And these numbers these won't be forever numbers. They may not even be relevant anymore, but that's what I'm using. So I'm gonna read through this real quick. J-Leb. Purchase and sale agreement. The undersigned purchaser, leave a blank for your company name, offers to purchase the property located at blank, which is address. The property shall include the land, all rights, privileges, and easements, and all buildings and fixtures in their present condition. Purchaser agrees to pay for the property the sum of blank, which is the total purchase price, payable as follows. earnest money, blank. I do $100, as well as cash to be deposited in escrow, part or all of which may be proceeds of any mortgage secured by purchaser. So that's just the difference. What's left to be paid after the earnest money. So let's say we came to an agreement of 100,000. 100,000 would go on that first line. $100 would go on the earnest money line if that's what you agree to, and then $99,900 is the remainder that goes on that next line. Seller shall furnish a general warranty deed in recordable form, conveying to purchaser or nominee good and marketable title to the property, with dower rights, if any, released free and clear of all liens and encumbrances. Meaning, when I buy the property, I want it to be crystal clear, clean slate. I don't want to, everything's going to be taken care of at title. And when the title transfers to me, it's not going to have any attachments to it. It's not going to have any liens. It's not going to have some type of claim of ownership by somebody else, some other party. When I buy this, it's going to be, that's what marketable title is. And then 4, closing. All documents and funds necessary to close this transaction shall be placed in escrow with blank, either your title company or a closing attorney, depending on what state you're in. And the closing date shall be blank, agreed upon tentative closing date, or sooner, except if a defect in title appears. The escrow/closing agent shall charge seller any payout of the following from the purchase price: the real property transfer tax, any transfer fee, and any amounts due to purchaser by reason of proration. Meaning, if you're renting the place out and we're halfway through the month and I am buying the property with the tenant in place and that tenant has already paid this month's rent, I'm entitled to half of it. I'm entitled to let's say we close on the 15th, I'm entitled to the rent to be collected from the 16th through the end of the month. So that's kind of what that's saying. That's what proration is, if anybody's unfamiliar. Additional terms, conditions, or addenda attached here too. A, purchaser is buying the home in as is condition. Just like to put that out there, reiterate it. We would have already been talking about that on the phone, but just to make it crystal clear. B, purchaser will pay all closing costs except any outstanding mortgage balance /taxes /liens /judgments /etc. That just leaves it open for, look, we're not paying anything funky, we're paying cash, but you're going to have to take care of all this other stuff on your own. I don't have that included in my new contract. If you're following along, that's something that I've been holding off in negotiating. This is like pre-templated. Like I've been offering everybody closing costs, but I've been withholding the closing cost offer to use as negotiation. Next, C, purchaser allowed a 14-day inspection period upon escrow opening. And then a little disclaimer under that. I say, if purchaser is not satisfied with the physical condition of the real property and notifies seller in writing prior to blank, which is 14 days after they sign this agreement, then purchaser has the option to terminate this agreement. So that's your out. Purchaser permitted to market the property. I'll always just really brush over that. Nobody has ever brought that up. But if they did, what do you mean market the property? It's well, I just want to be able to, if somebody else comes along and they're willing to pay me more than what I'm paying you, I want the ability to sell it to them or to at least market it to them. You know what I mean? By no means is this going to affect the amount of money that me and you have agreed to. It is still my intention to fulfill my obligation in this contract and get you the money that I promised you. E, seller shall have blank to accept this agreement. I typically put 48 hours there. You just don't want, and this is what offsets that ability for them to shop the offer around. It's just a little extra sense of urgency. Look, you can do what you want with it for two days, but if 2 days passes and I haven't heard back from you, this offer is no longer valid. I can't. The market's constantly changing day by day, and I can't guarantee that this is still going to be my offer in 2 days. The market may crash tomorrow. Purchase. And so I know a lot of people say 24 hours. I just say 48. I don't know why. To be honest, I might as well say 24 hours. Purchaser permitted access to property with 24 hours notice. Or if it's vacant and you want to put a lockbox on there, I will change that to say purchaser permitted access to property via contractor lockbox. And that's it. Seller, area for them to sign and date. Purchaser, sign and date. Super simple, one-page agreement. Have to hop off for a meeting. Have a good night, everyone. Lala. Thank you again for tapping in. hoping that you got something, took something away from today. I'm gonna hop off myself. I need to run out. Been on here for over 5 hours, so appreciate all you guys. This has been the best stream so far. Really enjoy you guys coming in and sharing your story with me, and your progress in the business and the industry. I'm telling you, I said this earlier, but you guys really are motivating me at this point. Seeing you guys get these contracts, I feel like I gotta up my game. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Hit the dialer pretty hard today. I'm gonna try to hit it even harder tomorrow. So probably gonna up the number of lines I'm dialing from. I kept it to 3 today. I'll probably kick it to 5 tomorrow to try to get some more contacts in there. So love all you guys. If you haven't already and you're still in here, do me a favor, hit the like, subscribe, notification bell. I know all these YouTubers say it, but now that I am a YouTuber myself, I really do find that it does help. All of my most successful videos have the most likes, the most comments. So, by no means do you have to comment. You guys have already been commenting like crazy in the live session, but do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't already. And please do subscribe and hit the notification bell if you're wanting to get notified. Again, I do go live Monday through Friday, at least once a day. I try to go live multiple times a day, and sometimes I'll go live on Saturdays as well to make some calls. So again, covering everything virtual wholesaling real estate on this channel and wholesaling real estate in general. I myself am doing it virtually, so I tend to provide a little bit of insight in that aspect. But again, we're doing everything wholesaling real estate in here. So if that's something that you're interested in, we would love to have you on our live streams. I'm doing my very best to frame it in that way because this is your guys' live stream as much as it is mine. In fact, it's more so you guys' live stream than mine, to be quite honest. So love that you guys are connecting, talking amongst each other, congratulating each other on your small wins. I congratulate everybody who's hopped in here today who has had that small win, from just starting to make your first cold calls to being on this video and seeking the knowledge that you're wanting in order to implement some stuff moving forward, all the way up to CWL, who plans on getting a $10,000 check tomorrow. So really looking forward to hopping on tomorrow and hearing that success. Everybody has their fingers crossed for you, CWL. If you're watching this, that is awesome. I think the world of you for doing that. And again, that is all on your effort. Congratulate yourself. Make sure to celebrate when you get paid. It's not about if you get paid, it's going to be when you get paid. So look forward to reconvening with you guys tomorrow. Hope everybody has a great night. Until then, love all you guys. Peace.